The Hot Read Podcast is proudly presented by M.L.Rose Craft Beer and Burgers. With 7 locations across Nashville and an 8th on the way, you're sure to be near the best selection of beers and burgers in the city. From their shareables like the Nashville Hot Cheese Curds to the wide selection of craft burgers and other sandwiches, you simply can't go wrong. Try April's Burger of the Month, the Thick Boy Burger, at any of their 7 locations. Capitol View, Franklin, Gallatin, Melrose 8th Avenue, Mount Juliet, Sylvan Park, and tell them that the Hot Read Podcast sent you.
What's up, guys? Welcome into night 2 of the Hot Read Podcast live draft spectacular. We are back, not in person this time, but myself and Stoney Keeley are here for night 2 and 3. He's got his honey. Look at that. Zach says, hope Stoney got his honey. He absolutely did. Excited to get into everything on night 2 of the draft. What do the Titans do? Do they stick and pick? Do they trade back? Do they find a way to come back up into the third? All different scenarios that we are going to watch unfold live with you guys. Yes, the audio is back and better than ever tonight, probably because we are at our normal setup. Stoney, how are you today, my friend? As Zach says in the comments,
Oh boy.
The vibes are high today. Cam Ward, he's all hopped up on that Cam Fiend. Warren Moon's a damn legend. Vibes are high today in Nashville, Tennessee, despite the weather. Excited to be here tonight to talk to you guys all about rounds 2 and 3. Stoney, how are you doing?
Doing well, JT. I was on cover 2 on 104.5 The Zone with Zach earlier today, 1 to 3 p.m. We were live for that Cam Ward press conference where the Titans fan base got the chance to really meet the guy. And I'm telling you, the energy was palpable. Listening to him talk, the desire that this kid has to win football games, to play, to execute, is just inspiring stuff. I'm ready to run through a brick wall. And yes, like Zach says in the chat, now that I'm not on the radio airwaves, we can say it out loud. Let Chad clap, baby.
Let Chad clap. That is certainly one way to put it. Excited to get into that. We have, about 5-ish minutes before the commissioner gets us kicked off again. So we're going to do a little bit of a pre-show today, talk about what we heard from Cam, hopefully show you guys what we have in store tonight, which includes, I'm going to try to do it, Stoney, and we can talk a little bit more about Cam Ward here just to get it out of the way. Let's see if is it going to work tonight? Are we working tonight? We are working tonight. Cam Ward. I mean, this is what you guys are going to get all night. Some highlights from different prospects throughout the night, but just talking about Cam Ward and what we heard from him today. Look at the player. Cam Ward is truly special with what he can do with the ball, right? And I thought the most interesting nugget we heard today from his press conference is how underrated he feels his vision and his ability to process downfield is. I thought that's something that as we've come along, and I know you wrote a little piece over on Stacking the Inbox about how we've gotten to Cam Ward, It's one of the biggest things for me, especially like right here. The thing you're getting with Cam Ward that you don't get with Will Levis is his ability to stay in the pocket like that, especially
Yes.
in the Syracuse game. You watch how much pressure in his face and he never wavers. It's really impressive. And I think that is something that shows you a little bit different side of him than what you have with Will Levis. We talk all about those traits all season long, about the turnover worthy plays, playing Superman. But if you're not able to stay in the pocket and trust the process on some of those Superman worthy plays, you're going to end up like a Will Levis. That's what Cam Ward does differently, I think, at the end of the day. He stays in the pocket. I mean, that play against Georgia Tech right there.
It's ridiculous.
The ability to evade pressure and still make the play is super exciting. And nothing else I could say. I've fully been converted here. On the Hot Read podcast, like I'm ready to go. I'm ready to ride for Cam Ward, and that's just a little taste of what you're gonna get for the rest of the night with some of our prospect profiles that we've been cooking up here for you guys on this show and the rest of our shows. Excited to be here. Stoney, your thoughts on what Cam Ward had to say as well?
I thought, from a purely talking ball standpoint, I thought he said three really interesting things. He talked about seeing space on the field, and to me that was kind of the key to like unlocking his play extension, like the Cam Ward magic that we talk about. There's a fly in here already. We're not even 10 minutes in. There's a fly around here. My cat's going to be, you're just going to see my cat come flying across the background chasing that thing. The play extension, the magic that he creates, his ability to see things, see the field when the play breaks down. I thought that was a really interesting nugget from him. Feel inside the pocket was something else that he mentioned that he felt like he was pretty good at, going through his progressions, something that I've said he's pretty underrated at. People look at the off-platform throws, the throwing on the move, that sort of thing. And I think this narrative started early on in the draft cycle that he was not a play within structure kind of guy. But if you listen to him talk about the offense, damn sure sounded like a guy that was comfortable within structure to me. And then mentioned that he's an elite communicator as well. This guy has a mindset that this team has been lacking for several years. And this is not meant to be a shot at Will Levis, because I'm not even just saying at the quarterback position. I'm saying on the roster altogether, Cam Ward, you hear him talk about his game and you hear him talk about what he wants to accomplish here with the Titans. This guy just sounds like a different cat, man. He just sounds like a different breed. That is something that this Titans organization needed a heavy injection of, and he's the guy to provide it.
Yeah, certainly is. Derek in the comments here saying he would commit crimes for Cameron. Also, Cristoforo saying, let the Camageddon begin. Ed saying he's an assassin.
The alpha assassin.
But we're going to be talking about Cam Ward for the rest of the foreseeable future, and it's going to be very, very exciting. Good to see all of you guys in here once again. It is night 2 of the NFL draft, round 2 and 3 coverage here, along with Stoney trying to kill that fly, brought to you by M.L.Rose, our presenting sponsor, craft beer and burgers. 7 locations around the Nashville area. Listen, I know there's a couple people here in the comments. Eddie saying he's cooking up a ribeye on the cast iron, sipping some mezcal, and watching the Titans ruin my night by not taking Burden. Zach saying he's got his Yingling flight and a 2.5-inch ribeye. He is ready to fly. Listen, you could be like them tonight, or if you are here with us for the entirety of the second and third round, might as well, order yourself some M.L.Rose. Go pick it up and enjoy a nice night with us, because they simply have the best selection of food to be watching the second and third rounds of the NFL
Almost
draft.
got it that time.
So that's, yes, second round of the draft is about to kick off. And I know that we probably are going to be pretty much ahead on the swivel type show here right at the beginning, right? Because we have heard some rumblings that the Titans may be looking to move up. They potentially, or move up, sorry. They could be looking to trade back for a team that wants to move up. They could stick and pick. We have to see, 3 picks into the second round, and they will be up here. I want to, before we get to anything else, get your gut reaction on what happens tonight. Like, if you had to rank your top maybe 5 outcomes tonight at 35,
So
what would they be?
What I'm rooting for a trade back, move back a little bit, pick up an extra pick, draft Landon Jackson, draft Trey Harris. We walk away from the night. I'm doing cartwheels naked down Broadway.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. I would put mine here, as I said, right on the end of the last show last night. Donovan Ezeraku, or Ezeraku? Is that how you were supposed to say it?
We're gonna go with Ezeraku because
Okay.
that's how everybody else says it. And I don't listen. I'm not going to. I don't want to like name names or call out anybody that put together the Titans pronunciation guide, but that's the first time I ever heard Ezeraku. So I'm going to stick with Ezeraku.
I don't, that is very interesting. However, what I will say is Albert Breer 7 minutes ago said two teams that have at least tested the waters on trading up in the second round, the Saints and the Seahawks. So I know you guys on Cover 2, correct me if I'm wrong, did you guys talk about potentially the Saints being an option as a trade-up partner? I know I heard that somewhere on the radio today. I don't know if it was your guys' show or somebody else's, but the Saints would make a lot of sense to say, if the Browns were to just kind of move on, the Browns were just going to move on from the quarterback class entirely and go with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco and tank and just get two good players with 33 and 36. They could pass on quarterback there. We know the Texans don't need a quarterback, which then puts Shedeur Sanders in play there. And I think that would be a really interesting spot for the Tennessee Titans to trade out of if a team like the Saints, if a team like the Seahawks, hell, even a team like we talked about last night, like the Rams, who could be looking at at a guy to sit behind Matthew Stafford. You could look at 35 as a place for a team to trade up for Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zach is in the chat saying that New Orleans was the only team that we mentioned. I don't remember mentioning any teams, but that's neither here nor there. It's been a hectic day. May have had something to do with all the Navy strength gin we were drinking last night, but I digress. New Orleans feels like a good fit. Seattle feels like a good fit, but I'm kind of aligned with you, JT. I feel like if Los Angeles can come away with Shedeur Sanders as the heir apparent to Matthew Stafford, I think that's a pretty sick fit.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Just putting a tweet out about that there. But as we do go on the clock here, it looks like we are getting started here. Real quick, before else we start, I saw this on Twitter as well. Did you see that apparently the entirety of the Ravens draft board leaked last night? Because they showed it on ESPN. Apparently it was real, which I think is very, very funny. However, it looks like we are about to get underway here in round 2, and I feel like it's going to be head on the swivel for the rest of the night. Let's get to some of your guys' comments and guys that you are looking for here as we start round 2. Joe is asking for a trade back with the Bills. That's his preference there. Eddie's saying putting Burden on the cover art is really just cruel, guys. He's going to go somewhere. And for the sake of Titans fans, I hope he goes 33 to the Browns, just so that we don't have to have this conversation. It's been a lot of talk about why wouldn't the Titans take Luther Burden or Mike Green. I think over the last 24-ish hours, there has been more coming out and more rumors about Mike Green. Like that has become a pretty serious thing there where teams are just very much out on him. And I do not expect him to maybe even go in the next 10 to 15 picks. I think he is a guy who continues to plummet because of that situation. The one that is going to hurt people the most, though, Luther Burden. I have no idea what's going to happen here with him. He could really go anywhere as the Browns officially go on the clock. Derek saying, get my wide receiver with an attitude, Burden, because receivers are meant to be divas. Joe saying, rather have Kyle Williams than Luther Burden, TBH. Derek saying, when a receiver isn't a diva, you end up with Burks most of the time. Just saying. LT3, though, saying could get interesting in the next 30 minutes, hoping for a trade back. And I think that is still very much on the table. As I was saying here earlier, my top 3 options right now on the board are Donovan Ezeraku because we got sidetracked because of the pronunciation. Donovan Ezeraku at 1, no matter what, at 35. 2, trade back. And 3, I still really like Jalen Noel as a fit here for the Titans. If you talk about the kind of plays we were showing with Cam Ward, it feels like he would be such a dynamic guy as a crosser across the field for him. Someone who can really be athletic, stretch the field, do everything you need, even when you do sign Tyler Lockett. Those are my top 3 here for sure. Stoney, anything to add on the Luther Burden front?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, JT, because we just keep hearing about these vague character concerns, and there's been no like concrete reporting on what exactly that entails. And I was listening to 3HL on 104.5 The Zone on the way home from the studios, and I heard new voice of the Titans, Taylor Zarzour, talking about Luther Burden III. He had covered several Mizzou games, kind of plugged in a little more there, said that, Eli Drinkwitz doesn't mince words. He's the type of coach that's brutally honest about his players, but Luther Burden III, glowing reviews, said he was a great teammate, did what was asked of him. They had a producer. Her name was Brooke. Forgive me if I've forgotten her last name. She's in St. Louis, connected to, covered the Missouri program. She called in and talked about how he's given a lot of his NIL money back to the community to help build resources in East St. Louis, which is not the, not the prettiest part of town, that he has given back to his community, that also like hard worker, good receiver. So I just don't know. I don't know where these character concerns are coming from. I don't know if it's just that he's rubbed people the wrong way in the interviews or what. But to me, he is a supreme talent. He was really high on my board. I think I had him at 12, maybe 11 or 12 overall. Great value. Listen to Greg Cosell talk about Luther Burden III. He talks about how like people kind of undersell that he's over 200 pounds. Like he's a thick guy and can do a lot. Speed, yak potential. It's it's kind of silly to me. It's kind of mind-boggling to me that the slide is happening this far for Luther Burden III. From where I sit, he looks like he would be a hell of an addition to this Titans receiving core.
So it looks like no trade for the Browns. The pick is in. Interesting to see which way they go here. Yes, we have switched over to the NFL Network.
Yeah, me too.
Side of it, because I couldn't, like someone said here in the comments, just being able to watch Mel Kiper tonight crash out if Shedeur Sanders does not in fact go tonight would be very, very funny.
Oh man, that would be at that point. If he doesn't go tonight, you're going to see Mel Kiper Jr. literally pulling his own hair out on the air.
Yeah, it would be.
He's going to strike someone. Yeah. He's going to physically assault someone. Oh, the pick is in for the Browns.
So Jordan Schultz said Browns are going to pick despite interest from several teams to come up. So
oh boy,
sounds like it's going to get really interesting, really, really fast. Very excited to see who this potentially could be. Man, yeah. So we'll have to see. It's kind of a Burden watch as they come to the podium here. I feel like the pick could be Burden here if it was me. Like, yeah, I think he could go before 35.
And forgive me, I don't remember who reported this earlier today, but it might have been Jordan Schultz that said teams feel there's a significant drop-off on the edge and wide receiver classes. So with a guy like Ezeraku still out there, with a guy like Burden still out there, they could, feel like getting one of those guys. Somebody could.
And so
I haven't seen it. Well, you can tell me if we have.
Okay, so the Browns took Carson Schweschinger out of UCLA, the linebacker, with the first pick.
Wow.
Of the
oh boy,
second round here. So good player, second best linebacker in the class, like a fine pick for them. But that means that we are now like one of two players, Luther Burden or Donovan Ezeraku, is on the board for the Titans at 35.
Yeah, talk about
if the Texans take one of them, the other guy's going to be there for him, and then that creates the discussion that we've been having for weeks on end. Do you take one of those two guys, one of those guys that we said you can't pass up at 35, or do they find a trade partner here?
Man, this is kind of wild. I was a little lower than the consensus on Schlesinger. Really good linebacker. I think if you look at this linebacker class, it is a situation where, kind of like I discussed last night with Jared Wilson, if you want a guy that can start week one, that can be a contributor, there aren't too many of those guys in this class. Jahad Campbell, Carson Schlesinger were the two for me, so maybe it created a sense of urgency.
And the pick is in for the Texans, so they take someone here.
Oh boy,
gonna be interesting. One of Ezeraku, one of Burden will be there at 35.
So do you stick and pick one, or do you trade back?
That is the question.
Yeah. The Browns
the question here, Ed Henry saying, doesn't Texans have to go tackle? It feels like offensive line would be like an Ariante Ursary would not surprise me here.
I was just about to say, man.
Yeah, like Stoney, if you have your big board up, like who is or if you can get to it, who is the top available offensive lineman for you?
I've got to do some editing here, but I do believe that it is Ariante Ursary.
Yes. Okay. So looks like they have called in the pick, so we will await the pick here any moment.
My best available right now, Will Johnson, Shador Sanders, Luther Burden III, Mike Green, and then we get into Savone Ravel.
Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting here to see if Titans fans actually feel scorned. Does Luther Burden get sniped here at 34 to the Texans as they come to the podium here? Have not seen anything yet, so we should be seeing this live here as he comes up to the podium. Oh, Zach says, "Wow," in the comments here. So interesting to see who this is going to be. Wow. Luther Burden is not the next wide receiver off the board as the Texans go with the Iowa State receiver here. And are the Seahawks on the clock? Is this official?
That's what Zach is saying in the comments. The Seahawks on the clock.
Yep, trade. Tom Pelissero, Seahawks on the clock at 35. The Titans have found a trade partner at 35. They have traded out of the pick here as the Seahawks look to be moving up into the second round here. The Titans trading back, probably going to get their second here, of course, one of their thirds, and should that be enough? I'm interested to see what the trade package is here, Stoney, as I tweet this back out.
Oh, wow. Houston goes Jaden Higgins.
Yes.
$52 and $82 for 35, according to Zach. So we got
straight up.
We got
that is $52 and $82 for 35. Great deal. That is excellent business practice here. So good news, the Titans have now found their other top 100 pick. Bad news, we're sitting here for a little bit longer, Stoney, and we're gonna.
we are.
Actually, it might be a kind of a. Honestly, I think it could be nice to take a breath here. I think if you think that is not enough here, I have no idea. Like that is, as Zach says, it looks like it is plus 10 value here for the Titans. I think that puts you very much in the Kyle Williams range. I think considering we've seen these edge rushers slide, you could have a Landon Jackson there. I think that's also a Femi Oladejo spot for them there, depending on how high they are.
I'm gonna hold on to the Trey Harris dream at this point.
This is also true. Physical
X, kind of sliding on down the wide receiver rankings a little bit. I would love to see a Trey Harrison and edge rusher.
So the full trade was 35 for 52 and 82.
Yep.
Got it.
I'm still working on my my best available over here. That's right. Jackson Dart came off the board. Okay. We'll get caught up here at some point.
Yeah, we will. Appreciate you guys hanging around with us as we try to get caught up here and get as many people as we can in here to talk about what the implications of this here for is. Sean O'Reilly saying 12:15 here in Ireland, and they do me like this. Yeah, strap in, Sean. If you're gonna be here,
Oh boy,
it's gonna be a while the rest of the night for you, my friend. But it is Friday. It is a happy Friday to all of you. And yeah, excited to.
So they're 17 picks away. They're on 35. They've got 52. So I'm looking on down my best available at where I'm at as far as like the 15 to 20 range of available players. Looking at guys like JT2 Tuimualoa, Nick Scorton, not my cup of tea, but there's an edge rusher there. Then you're looking at a guy like Jack Besh. You're looking at defensive linemen like Darius Alexander, Kyle Williams, as people have mentioned. Kind of curious to see what happens with these corners, man. There's a lot of really good cornerbacks still available right now, starting with two guys with injury concerns, Will Johnson and Savone Ravel. Azarie Thomas hasn't gone, has he? No.
He is not. Nope.
Trey Amos, Darian Porter. Like, this is quite interesting.
Yeah. All right. So I'm now at least caught up here. Let's take a moment. If you guys are watching either on YouTube, watching on Twitter, wherever you're watching, share it with a friend. Make sure to retweet the show, like the show. It will be very important for you if you want to win our giveaway later on tonight, that you are liking, right, sharing the show, doing all of those fun things as we await what the Seahawks have traded up for. Yeah, I think 52 and 82, still, this is what we've been talking about all along, right? Do you stick and pick that one guy that you know is going to be a starter for you day one, the plug and play starter? Or if they have a lot of guys, like Chad Brinker said, that that they like in this bubble here, in this range, and feel good enough to go back. It seems like if they're going back all the way to 52 there, it feels like there's a lot of guys in a lot of different directions that they probably could go here tonight. And I think that's ultimately where it is. It sounds like at this point, getting that third rounder and moving back was more important, or maybe better value available to them right there than just taking Donovan Ezeraku.
Yeah, I would agree. And I do think that there's a healthy crop of guys. Again, looking at 52, that is not a bad spot to be. We've talked about it a lot.
It is a, you're dropping 17 spots, but like it still is plus value for the Titans. Like I don't think that this is exactly the end all be all here for the Titans. Yeah. I think that is a good trade in my opinion.
It's a good draft to have picks anywhere in the top 100. And they went from having one to having two. So I'm good with it.
Let's see who the Seattle Seahawks came up to select here. As I believe Richard Sherman is showing the pick here.
He's wearing the vintage Seahawks gear.
Wow. Okay. Colors. So the Seattle Seahawks come up to select Nick M.L.Rose out of South Carolina, the 10 RAS King, the second safety on the board, I think, consensus-wise for a lot of players here. Is a very much a Seahawks pick. You talk about, Stoney, yourself, you've talked about the I guess the tape versus the traits of a guy like Nick M.L.Rose.
Yeah, sure.
Certainly is a guy who is an athletic freak, fits the profile, plays the safety position like at a linebacker build, but the tape is maybe not exactly the cleanest in the world.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, 6'3", 220 pounds for a safety. It's kind of funny that a lot of the player comps for him kind of range all over the place, but you hear a lot of people say Cam Chancellor, and now he ends up in Seattle. Range, athleticism, the guy has it in spades, but for me, it was his play like as a tackler. I think he's really inconsistent. I think he takes weird angles against the run. There are times he overruns angles. There are times he whiffs on tackles. I think it's an aspect of his game that he really needs to clean up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, this makes all the sense in the world for a Seattle Seahawks team looking to kind of revamp, add a little juice to their secondary.
Yeah, and this draft continues to fly by as the Browns have already put their pick in as well. Will be really interesting to see who they go with. Listen, if you're the Cleveland Browns and you run away out of this draft here by pick 40 with Mason Graham, Carson Schweshinger, and Luther Burden, it's pretty good. It's a pretty nice haul despite not having a quarterback.
Yeah.
Considering what you also got in the trade to trade down from a guy like Travis Hunter.
So do the Browns go with Luther Burden the third here?
I don't know. That is the question.
I mean, could they get Shador here? It's going to be wild to watch the Shador slide happen tonight.
Wow. Okay. The Browns have gone with a Ohio State running back. Which one?
Travion Henderson.
Nope.
They took Quinshon Judkins here?
They took Quinshon Judkins here at 36.
Wow.
That's a reach. That's a reach in my opinion. Sorry. That's pretty crazy in my opinion. Quinshon Judkins has never been a true 3-down back in his entire collegiate career. This also goes to show you have 2 second-round picks, and as Derek says, the Browns do not want Shador. Like, where does Shador fall here tonight? It's going to be very interesting. But yeah, that may be. I think that's a miss if I'm the Browns.
So the Raiders are coming up next. New Orleans isn't too far behind. The Jets are up there, and then we talked about the Rams earlier. Seattle's on the clock again in a few picks. Kind of crazy, man.
Yeah, and there were also reports that Tyler Shuck may be the next quarterback off the board. It doesn't necessarily mean that Shedeur Sanders is the next quarterback off the board. So it could get very interesting, very, very fast here. Let's get to some of your guys' comments as well. As we try to keep up with you guys. Once again, we appreciate you guys being here. And now, as this draft kind of gets kicked off, we started off super hot and heavy here. Literally, I'm sweating. And now we get to take a little bit of a break here and talk to you guys and talk about the rest of this draft, make fun of these whack selections like a Quinshon Judkins going before Travion Henderson. Ed Henry says that Titans need a quarterback run between now and 52. I think that's fair to say. Derek says Seattle has another pick before us. What the hell? Why didn't we get that one? Because I think if you wanted to get that one, you probably were going, if you wanted to get, let's say that we just had 36. So they have what, like 50? Is that, I think that's actually 50. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Yeah, that's 50. So that is their next pick. So they had 50 and 52. So we'll see where they land with that. Zach, if you have the consensus there, if you can share that with us.
He did. It's in Twitter.
Is it? Oh,
yeah,
perfect.
It's in our group chat.
So the players in the 50 to 60 range for the Titans, according to consensus boards, includes Quinshon Judkins, who is now gone. He was the 50th ranked player on the consensus board. He goes there at 36 as Miami trades out now, or Miami trades in with Las Vegas. So Miami comes up here for the pick. The other guys who could be here in the range of 50 to 60, Landon Jackson, Darius Alexander, JTT, Caleb Johnson, Jonas Savanea, Jalen Knoll, TJ Sanders, Elijah Arroyo, Jack Besh, Trey Harris. Those are the guys who are in the 50 to 60 range. Like, I'm great with one of those guys. And then you look at your thoughts on those, Stoney?
Yeah, I'm all in on Trey Harris, on Landon Jackson, even Darius Alexander, TJ Sanders, Jack Besh, Elijah Arroyo, I think could be in play there. nice player at that spot. I think we'll probably stay away from Jonah Savanea there. It kind of scares me a little bit to see Caleb Johnson's name right there, because we know the Titans met with him, and they are looking for a running back in this draft. But I'm not a big Caleb Johnson guy.
Yeah,
That's a little concerning.
So here's the thing, right? The Dolphins receive 37 and 143, and they had to send a second, a third, and a fourth to move up.
Man, so who's the pick? Do we know?
Not sure. They just came up to the podium here, so we shall see. Before we get to that, the guys that are in the 80 to 90 range for the Titans: Shamar Turner, Femi Oladejo, Kyle Williams, Jacob Parrish, Charles Grant, Terrace Ferguson, Cam Scadaboo, Josiah Stewart, Omar Norman Lott, Joshua Farmer, Tyler Shuck.
This is where they're going to end up with Caleb Johnson and Charles Grant, and Twitter's going to go absolutely
Crazy.
Insane. Yeah.
So the Dolphins, another guy off the consensus board from 50 to 60. The Dolphins trade up for Jonah Savanea out of Arizona.
Wow.
He was on the consensus board here. He was 55. So players, 55, coming up to what is that, 37?
Yeah, that's kind of wild. I thought opinions had kind of cooled on Savanea recently. Started, like a lot of the Arizona players, started off pretty hot early on in the cycle. The measurements came in, decided he's probably going to kick inside to guard, but he's got a great build, kind of a square, thick, powerful, full build. I'm kind of with Zedine. It kind of feels like a reach at this point for him, but I mean, if you're the Dolphins, you got to fix that offensive line. It feels like they've been trying to fix that offensive line for years at this point.
Yeah. Derek saying he's 55 years old. That's got to be the oldest rookie of time. That's very funny. Zach says, Stoney, don't put that evil on us. The Caleb Johnson, Charles Grant,
I'm telling you,
1-2 combo.
I don't.
Christopher is saying plenty of teams are stretching their arms into the draft cookie jar here. LT3 was right. These first 30 minutes have been absolutely insane. I blinked and I missed it. We are 38 minutes into this.
Yeah,
stream.
I have no idea. Yeah, we're almost 40 minutes in at this point.
Those boys were serious. It's going to get weird tonight. Teams are not on the same page at all. Paul saying, hey, now, 55 is not old. So, Derek, maybe you need to check yourself there in the comments. I'd be interested to know what the Raiders came out on that trade with, because so the Dolphins get a second, they move up and get a fifth for a second, third, and fourth, which I don't know. If you wanted to maybe come up to 50 and have 82, I'm thinking if you're the Titans, you probably have to give up a fifth or a sixth, if you know, because that's the game you're playing, right? We'll trade back with you. Well, no, if you want us to give you 2 picks for 1, we want something later on. That's how that works, because the Titans only had like plus 10 value on it. It's a pretty even trade.
Yeah, I like Derek's comment here. Pro Football Network Mock Draft Simulator thinks that Burden will still be there at 52. What's going to happen if he's there at 52 and the Titans pass on him again?
It's good. The streets are going to erupt.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin Eddie's night if he's still watching.
Here's one where the revenge of Mike Vrabel might happen. I like Zach's prediction here with the Pats taking Luther Burden or D-Easy going to New England with Harold Landry.
Yeah.
Titans Twitter will blow up if Luther Burden is still there and they pass on him at 52. That would be crazy. But it's not like we've been trying to preach caution. The Titans may not actually like Luther Burden.
I will say this string of picks, when you're talking about Quinshon Judkins and Jonah Savanea going, is pretty damn good for the Titans, because those are guys that I feel like are kind of reaches at this point, where you're still seeing D-Easy dropping down the board a little bit. We're seeing Luther Burden III obviously drop a little bit. Favors the Tennessee Titans, and now I see their name pops up on the screen at the bottom of the ticker on NFL Network now.
Yeah, so I mean, we're coming back up on it, so it'll be very interesting. Yeah, let's get to some of these comments here with you guys. Joe saying Swinson is his guy. Ian says he'd love to see us trade for Dobbs or Pickens tonight. Like, you tell me you get Dobbs for that third, I'm feeling fine about that personally.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I kind of want to keep the picks and let's roll the dice on the rookies. I don't know. Dobbs looked like he was going to be something his rookie season, and I think he's cooled off a little bit since there. And I don't have a whole lot of interest in Pickens. So yeah, you're looking at like the 5 picks so far: Schlesinger, Jaden Higgins, Eamon Worry, Quinshon Judkins, Jonas Avenea. I think that helps the Titans.
It does. I think so as well. Timothy Bennett says, love some Darius Alexander.
Yeah.
Guy they've also been sniffing around his camp. Derek saying the Sanders downfall is beautiful. Eddie saying, bring me Jack Besh and I'll forgive the burden shunning. Let's see what else. Paul still banging the drum here for Kyle Williams. Derek asks, is theoretically, what if Burden is at 52 there? Would be very, very interesting.
Yeah. Pick is in for the Patriots. It still hasn't been revealed.
LT3 says another interesting pick. So we shall await to see what the pick is. The second round is always the worst because this is where you have the guest guys who just get way too excited that they're up there announcing the pick, right? Well,
yeah.
Once again, I feel pretty bad because I think the people that are about to announce this pick are going up there for a good cause. And just like the guy in the wheelchair last night, now I look like the asshole. So it's unfortunate that I had to say that right when I did. So,
well, it happens to the best of us.
This is another thing, right? You see these quarterbacks continue to fall, which is which is pointing to the idea that teams may not really be that all interested in the guys past Shedeur Sanders, Tyler Shuck. Like, those guys may not intrigue you. So when Cristoforo says we need to get rid of Lungit Levis tonight, like, I think there's a world where you can reasonably say to some of these teams, here's the project guy that is like, has the NFL experience, maybe has a better arm than the guys that are left in this class. Use that I can fix him mentality instead of wasting one of your picks on him, right? Have a maybe,
yeah, for sure.
Not a guy who has not, maybe hasn't done anything more, but maybe slightly more of a known quantity in the NFL.
These picks, this is ridiculous, by the way.
So the pick is, looks like Travion Henderson, running back.
Good pick,
man.
That's a great.
Ohio State. Pretty wild to see that the Browns go Quinshon Judkins over Travion Henderson. Maybe they accidentally sent in the card for the wrong Ohio State running back. However, we know Mike Vrabel loves his running backs there.
Well,
from Ohio State, it's a match made in heaven.
It seems like Kevin Stefanski loves those power backs up there. You think about Nick Chubb, and now you get Quinshon Judkins. I think he's kind of a stiff lateral mover, but has the straight line power. Travion Henderson, man, to me, he's a ton of fun to watch. 4.40. To me, now this is probably going to sound a little unrealistic, but I watch his tape and I see a little bit of Reggie Bush in him. Not USC Reggie Bush, but like NFL Reggie Bush. Like, he's got some really good wiggle, good speed, value as a pass catcher, can like run routes and beat coverage. And oh man, they're showing the pass pro reps now. He's a hammer. Hammer is a pass protector.
Mike Green floor you if he's still there at 52? Not at all.
No, I don't know what's going to happen to Mike Green. I mean, there's some pretty troubling stuff, some pretty vile stuff on Mike Green out there. And it just kind of makes you wonder, like, who's finally going to stop the slide and actually pick the guy? Because it sounds like there's a lot of teams that just have him completely off the board altogether.
Yeah. And so will be very interesting to see where he ends up falling here. And that's what LT3 says here. The things that have come out over the past 24 hours, that the way he's responded to it had, like, you know, the first time was the offense. The way he's responded to it in terms of how have you become better or changed your ways have not excited teams from what I've heard. And that's a big reason why just the mindset is just kind of like, this guy's a bad guy. And so we're not going to take the risk on him. Zach also says Will Johnson's still on the board, which I think is pretty crazy.
I think that knee must be cooked. That knee must just be like awful.
Derek says if Mike Green is at 82, do you take him?
No.
Now I start thinking about, well,
I still don't think they do.
maybe we can live with that. Let's see what else. John Boy comes back to it. These picks continue to go their way. No edge, wide receiver Jaden Higgins went, but the wide receivers that we've talked about as potential targets for the Titans are still on the board, with only one wide receiver going, no edge going. A lot of non-premium positions to start out this second round. 2 running backs, a linebacker, a safety, a guard, and you know, it'll be interesting to see where we go for the rest of this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is all right. The Bears pick is in, and then you have the Saints, the Bears again, Jets, Niners, Cowboys. I mean, there are some wide receiver needy teams
coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about, I mean, Chicago with one of these 2 picks could absolutely take a wide receiver here. San Francisco could take a wide receiver. Dallas could take a wide receiver. The Rams could take a receiver. Arizona could take a receiver. Las Vegas could take a receiver. So, yeah, like I could see all of those. New Orleans here could also take Shadur, so that takes him out of the running there. For the slide could be very interesting. Ian says, is Sanders still in his horror room watching the draft? I have no idea.
Oh, man. Mason Taylor's name is up there on DJ's best available. We haven't talked tight end, but Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback out of Notre Dame. I mean, this is kind of surprise.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting, and I'm here for the craziness.
We're getting into the territory where like Luther Burden III is going to be a steal for somebody.
I mean, he was already apparently working out last night at midnight because he fell out of the first round. Well, he's almost fallen out of the first half of the second round. you know? It'll be interesting here to see where the Bears go. Like, I could see them going a wide receiver here. I could see them going Luther Burden here and creating a 1-2-3 combo with Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Colston Loveland. Like, that would be insane. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know if the pick is in or not. The chat seems to be reacting to it, but
yeah, I'm interested to see who this is.
And then we have, man, they just like do away with the guest announcers. That's going to be
okay.
My pick tonight.
Okay, it's Luther Burden. The slide stops.
Luther Burden to Chicago.
Wow,
bro.
I mean, that is amazing. That is insane.
DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Luther Burden III. Colston
do you want to talk about how big of a steal that is for the Bears?
That is nuts.
I mean, because you did have him as your wide receiver 1 in this draft class. We'll bring up some of the tape here. I mean, this guy fits perfectly into. Listen, when you talk about getting rid of Keenan Allen last season. You bring in a guy who can operate from the slot full time, having that protection around you like a DJ Moore, having the protection around you like a Rome Odunze on the outside. I think that is a nice fit for the Bears.
Yeah, look at the ball tracking skills. I mean, the guy, they're handing it off to him off motion. He's turning the corner and accelerating. The speed, the maneuverability in the open field. This is a fun wide receiver. I mean, Chicago offense.
People have been talking about him as Amon-Ra St. Brown, and now he goes to a team like the Bears, who have Ben Johnson. That is absolutely scary.
Yeah.
It seems like some people are not taking it too well. Eddie's saying he's heartbroken. John Boy's saying F. Yeah, so I hate this. Caleb can't feel all of their mouths. Zach saying they're Amon-Ra St. Brown. So yeah, it looks like the Bears are the winners of the Luther Burden slide, and so another option off the board for the Tennessee Titans.
I don't want to alarm anybody, but I think something in this room has bit me since we've started
the cat
broadcasting. It wasn't the cat. There's some kind of bug or spider or something. Maybe the fly got me. Yeah, I don't know.
Dan Graziano tweeted this out, which I think is really, really funny. He said, pick 39 is, I kid you not, the last of the picks the Panthers traded to the Bears 2 years ago when they moved up to select Bryce Young first overall.
Oh, boy.
Listen, once again, this is pretty exciting for the Titans because you talk about those guys that probably weren't going to, like Luther Burden is the first guy to come off the board there that I think Titans fans were really hoping would be there at 52, if he would possibly even fall that far, continuing to fall that far. But this puts Donovan Ezeraku back on the agenda here, in my opinion. Like this is a spot where I think you could realistically see him slide to 52, considering how many teams with offensive side of the ball needs are coming up here in the next 8-ish picks.
Well, it's that cluster of edge rushers remains intact with each pick that passes like this. I'm talking I'm talking Landon Jackson, JTT. As long as those guys are still on the board, we got a shot here. We got a shot at one of them.
Yeah.
Is it a relief at all that we don't have to hear Titans fans talking about them passing on Luther Burden III at 52?
Yes. I did not want to spend all night talking about that.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Saints pick is in, and they are congratulating each other, and they are hugging each other. Is this where Shedeur goes?
Does the future start now in New Orleans?
I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see as we await this guest picker once again.
Man. So Burden is gone. Will Johnson's still there. Man, that's
crazy.
A surprise. Yeah.
I could see the Cowboys taking him here.
Yeah.
A guy Will Johnson has been connected to the Cowboys this entire draft cycle. Would be very interesting as they come to the podium here. Hopefully, it doesn't take too much time.
So my 5 best available at this point would be Will Johnson, Shedeur Sanders, Mike Green, Savone Ravel, apparently according to the Titans pronunciation guide, and then Donovan Ezeraku. I might just need to take Mike Green off my board.
I think you should. Oh my God. I'm gonna wait for you to react to this.
All right. Well, my TV is a little bit behind yours, apparently. So I'm watching Ryan Ramchik's there. Ramczyk. I don't remember how to pronounce his name. Whoa! QB3! Mark it, Jacob. Mark it. Tyler Shuck.
We will have to mark that down because wow, Tyler Shuck comes off the board here before Shedeur Sanders. Nathan says, "Oh man, stuck at work. Did the second round start?" Yes, the second round did start, and it is absolutely going crazy right now. This is craziness. Zach says Saints drafted the 90th best player and 5th best quarterback. The guy just as old as Carr and just as injury prone. The take purge strikes again. Chaos is here. Zedine says Mel Kiper just had an aneurysm. Good.
This is where he's going to start just fistfuls of his own hair pulling out.
Yeah. Well,
on television.
Seems like a good second to break out to remind the people that we are having a good time here. And on the happy hour, Hot Read Happy Hour Friday, I'm channeling my inner Gray Zabel, having some
Here we
Busch
go.
Light tonight.
How about it? I'm gonna
So,
crack open a beer when we take our first commercial. I don't know where. I'm trying to catch up on my big board, and Tyler Shuck is so far down. There we go. He was the 45th best player on my big board.
45th?
Not overall, among best available, like guys that are still.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
Bridget says, do we think another quarterback comes off the board before Sanders? Listen, I said this on the Take Purge.
Oh boy.
Jalen Milroe, Kyle
McCord.
McCord, Will Howard. Like at this point, anything could happen. And did the Buffalo Bills just trade up with the Brown or Bears?
Looks like it. Looks like it. Are they going to take Shedeur Sanders?
That's a great question. Greg Rosenthal also said, one thing Ben Johnson is going to try to do is score 40 points a game. That is for sure.
Yep. Ain't that the truth?
Derek says it.
Dang, man.
They're at 52 to back up King Ward. Thunder Dome QB off is what we need. That's what we need. Sanders going into the third. Let's start taking bets. At this point, I would not be surprised. So the Bills... The Bills traded 56, 62, and 109 to receive 41, 72, and 240.
Man, I can't fathom like what it is with like it must have just been the interviews and teams don't.
This is what they're gonna do. This is my guess, and it's gonna break my heart. This is D-Easy right here. This is Ezeraku.
Yeah,
it makes too much sense.
They could afford to go Will Johnson here. Somebody in the chat brought that up. Will Johnson, another kind of a zone specialist. You get like two of the best zone corners in this draft, pair them together. Will Johnson with Maxwell Hairston. Hairston, speed. More importantly, he's healthy, so maybe it's a little bit of insurance.
Yeah. I mean, here's the Derek says, realistically, he'd take Shedeur with 188. Jacob Jin says, can't wait for someone to take Milroe over Shedeur. That would be exciting.
Why stop there? Milroe and McCord over Shedeur. Let's take Quinn Ewers over Shedeur while we're at it.
The dream is still alive, JT. Yes. All right. Jacob says big green check for Stoney on Tyler Shuck. I gotta go.
Love to see
maybe
it.
During the. I'm gonna go get the board while we take our first commercial break, whenever that is, or break in general. Sounds
good.
Joe says his prediction: Bills taking Ravel. I think that would also be really nice.
I just got a message from Outspoken Owen. Shout out Outspoken Owen, if you remember the Unofficial Titans podcast, in the Sobro Slack group that just said they took an old man over Shedeur. They took an old man over Shedeur.
Is Shuck older than Levis? That's a great question. I feel like they may be the same age.
I don't remember, but I know like Shuck was in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence. Am I remembering that correctly, or am I getting that confused with somebody else?
Who was that?
Weren't Shuck and Trevor Lawrence, in the same recruiting class?
Yes, I think so. Zach Lyon says, don't forget Shuck is now reunited with Juwan Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, man. The draft
from their time 6 years ago, they're now reunited. Good for them.
Yeah. Got an arm though. The New Orleans Saints, they just keep swinging on quarterbacks. Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler, Jake Hayner.
Yeah, what does this mean for Spencer Rattler's legacy? If we can be real for a second, because I don't know. Going back through your comments here to see if I missed any of them here. No, I think we got to all of them. So we appreciate you guys all being here tonight with us through rounds 2 and 3, where we take this live coverage here of the draft as the Bills pick looks to be coming in here. We shall await to see who they select.
Eddie says the Kuiper crash out is fire. Is that happening now, Eddie? Is he crashing out on ESPN right now?
I hope so.
I hope so too. I'm not changing the channel.
Whoa. Okay.
Shout out Lee Evans, man. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Ben just said Tyler Shuck was in the same class as me. Oh my God, that's crazy. So the Bills go with TJ Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina. I think that's a great fit for the Buffalo Bills. Even better, Devin Ezeraku keeps pushing him down the board. Like, please let the Titans fall into Devin Ezeraku at 52. I will try to do a cartwheel on stream if Devin Ezeraku is there.
Donovan. His name's Donovan.
Why did I say Devin? I don't know why I said that. Donovan Ezeraku. I'd be doing. Man. That's how excited I was. I couldn't remember his name. So
TJ Sanders, man, he is just a force.
Eddie is keeping us on Kuiper watch. That is for sure.
Yeah, Zach asked, does everyone have edge rushers but the Titans? See, now I am at a point. He says, why is he falling? Yeah. And I'm kind of like, I thought that a split second ago. I'm like, why are all these guys falling?
Yeah. I don't know.
But not Quinshon Judkins or Jonas Avenea.
Nope. Or Tyler Shuck.
No. Pick is in for the New York Jets. Maybe they go Shador here. I need to just stop saying that. Maybe they go Shador. Be saying it the rest of the night.
Weston says, what's up, fellas? Been listening to the pod for a couple of years ago. First time being able to join the live feed. Keep doing the Lord's work with your QBX over Shador scenarios. Excited for you to be here. Appreciate you, Weston, for listening to the podcast and being here with us tonight. Is Wayne going to call in?
I love Wayne, man. Wayne was having a good time today. Everybody in the chat was just hammering the guy for being old.
Paul says we should start making a game where we drink every time we say Shadur's name.
I don't have a drink right now, but I'm finally at that point in the day where like I don't feel as dehydrated and hungover.
That's nice.
So I might go pop a beer here in a minute.
Yeah,
pop a beer, as the kids say.
What if we say let's see who the Jets pick, and then we'll go to break, and then be ready for the Titans, whatever they do.
So the best players available that I haven't named so far, so that to avoid saying Will Johnson, Shador Sanders, and Mike Green over and over and over. Landon Jackson, Ariante Ursary, Trey Amos, Darian Porter, and then JT Tuimoloau.
Alrighty.
I am wearing pants, Jacob. I meant to ask. Logan asked that earlier. I am wearing gym shorts, so I do apologize for everyone that was hoping to see my moose knuckle tonight. Not in frame. We're just doing gym shorts. Maybe tomorrow on the F Words Megacast, you can get maybe.
Which,
some
by the
moose,
way, good time to shout that out. We'll be live tomorrow from 11 a.m. until the Titans' last pick on the Football and Other F Words YouTube channel with whatever brain rot decides to happen tomorrow night, or tomorrow, I guess, morning into afternoon. I'm sure some craziness will go on with the casting couch, as Cristoforo says. Excited to for me and Easton to sit on that couch together. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Easton and JT on the casting couch.
Yep. Perfect couple.
Yeah.
I know. I'll be getting in the middle of his perfect relationship. So
I want to ask you guys, so I'm being considerate because some people have a thing with feet. Do you guys want me to wear socks and shoes tomorrow? because there might be a chance.
Me or are you asking the chat?
I'm gonna ask everybody, you, Zach, and the chat for what it's worth.
I don't really care.
Okay, that's an I don't really care from JT.
Eddie says, "Give him the feet."
Man, yeah.
What is all this Joy Taylor talk in the comments?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. Zedine says Wayne was tipsy at 2 p.m. today, apparently on your show.
He was, man. Just old dude calling up, and he started talking. I don't even remember what the first question was. We answered it, and then he calls back like right at the end of the show. And the second time he called was like, we got to get Cam Ward an offensive line. I want an offensive line that's just going to mow people down. And I was like, hell yeah, Wayne. Let's go get Jalen Travis on day 3.
I just screenshotted the back-to-back comments where Derek says foot fetish people are weird, and Eddie right before that said, "Give me the feet, Stoney." It's going into my no context hot read podcast.
No context folder. Hot
read. Let's see. Christopher says need you to switch it up, Stoney. Ed Henry says, "What if Rex Ryan is watching?" Always have to be on your
listen,
on your guard there.
Any way I can make a little extra money, you know what I'm saying?
Coach Will says, "Socks, man, socks." Zedine says, "Will tip for toes." Tommy H. Baby says, "Don't end up on feet, man."
That's a good comment.
This Jets pick has been 10 minutes. That's been crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it all makes sense because the pick is in, and it looks to be Mason Taylor, tight end from LSU. Evening, Kenneth. Good to see you in here. He is the nephew of Joy Taylor. It all makes sense now.
Okay, I thought there we go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm happy he's off the board, so now the Titans can't take him. They won't be tempted. Listen, Mason Taylor's fine. Mason Taylor is fine.
There's just more prep needs.
Second round is just a little rich for me. I even like, DJ's comp here is Zach Ertz. Like, yeah, perfectly fine. 6'5", 251, good athlete, good blocker, good pass catcher.
Zach Lyon says, God bless the Jets for that one.
But I'm telling you, man, the descriptor I use for Mason Taylor, very fine. Very fine. You need a difference maker here. You get your very fine players later in the draft.
Yeah. I agree with you there. Zach says he's fine. She's got a good personality of the draft world.
Yeah.
Listen, I think he's a fine NFL player. Yeah, I agree. Derek says the draft is moving fast tonight as the 49ers are already coming up to the podium with their pick here. Zedine says it perfectly. Mason Taylor is solid, but nothing exciting. I agree as well. Board is falling great so far. Once again, like
it is, man.
Give me Donovan Ezeraku. Give me Landon Jackson. Give me Kyle Williams. Give me Jalen Knoll. Give me any of those guys at 52, and I'm pretty happy here, considering we will have another pick to talk about later.
So I'm trying to find Mason Taylor. He's so far down my best available board. There he is. He was the 84th best player on my board at the time.
We will give you a second to react here, but it looks like the pick for the 49ers is Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas. You want to give your thoughts on him? Because I think it's interesting. What Alfred Collins certainly was a guy who was expected to go in the top 100 here, however, but you still have some defensive tackles on the board that I think teams really like during this process. Darius Alexander. I guess I was going to say Derek Harmon, but he went yesterday. But defensive tackle there. What do you like? What do you like about Alfred Collins?
He was my third best defensive lineman available behind Darius Alexander, who is I'm now at the point of this thing where I'm like, why has Darius Alexander not gone? And Omar Norman Lott. But I do think there's plenty to like about Collins. Average traits, subpar pad level. Those are issues with Collins to overcome in the NFL, but man, he's got some fun tape. Like I said about the pad level, he can play a little too high at times. He doesn't really consistently get low enough to win leverage battles against the typically shorter, stockier interior offensive lineman. But when he does, man, he can really plant his feet and get low. You just have to harvest those good moments out of him. He's a versatile piece that feels like one of those sneaky good rotational guys in the NFL. Might not be the workhorse, but he's going to sub in and make his presence felt. Can play between the guard and the tackle, nose over the center, in the guard center gap, or even as an edge setting defensive end in four-man fronts. He has a great body for the defensive line. He's the most fun to watch when he's winning the leverage battle and just plants his hand squarely in the guard's chest, drives him back. He can hold the edge, but he does have some surprising bend to him. If you could tap in that, he might take the next step as a pass rusher and add a deadly dynamic to his game. I also, I love a defensive lineman who's going to jump up and tip passes when he realizes that he's lost the block. So good little pick here for the 49ers. And adding to, they took Mykel Williams last night, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Kind of feels like fortifying that defensive front is a priority for that organization.
Yeah, it's certainly considering what they've lost over the past couple of years. Like it was time, it was past due for them to kind of stock that defensive line there. Tommy H. Baby says, hoping to hear ESPN talk about Shedeur instead of whoever the Titans pick next. What about the Colts taking Shedeur? That would be spicy.
Baby.
Adam with the comment, I just won't read. I'm sorry. I won't do it. But that I was laughing about that during your Alfred Collins eval. I promise I was not laughing about your eval of him. Kenneth says, loved watching him at Texas. Coach Will says at this point, the Titans could trade back again. As Zach also said here a second earlier, maybe another trade back for the Titans. Like, at what point do you feel like you could really go any way to just continuing to get more picks?
Yeah, I don't know, man. At this point, like I'm still really high on these edge rushers that are still there. I don't want to move out of range of one of those guys, because right now, if we get one of them, if we get one of them, it's going to be by the skin of our teeth. And I just feel like this is a spot where I wouldn't want them to go down too far. Unless, man, I don't know. It depends, I guess. I'd be hard pressed to move off of one of these edge rushers at this point.
Yeah, I would agree. So Kenneth accidentally made the biggest spoiler of the night. We're trying not to spoil picks here. And of course, the one he had to spoil is the one that brings me the most pain. We'll wait, but it does bring into question here. Like, do we start to see a run on this position here before the Titans?
If you see a run on this position and you can get out of it, maybe. I don't know. That's the first domino to fall that kind of makes me think, oh boy.
We were
nervous hours.
Yeah, because I think more than just the player, which it'll be coming up here in just a second or two, more than just the player that it's about the position that is about to that feels like you could look at the board coming up here. Los Angeles always loves to build through the trenches. Arizona could use an edge rusher. Well, I just said the position, so we can. Cincinnati needs an edge rusher. Denver, I could see them taking one as well. Like it looks like the Cowboys snipe Donovan Ezeraku from the Titans' grasp here at the 44th overall pick. I unfortunately will not be doing a cartwheel when the Titans take him at 52. But more importantly, this now potentially creates a run on edge rushers here that where does it slide? Like if Landon Jackson, JTT, and let's say Braden Swinson go here, and your next best available are Prince Monmielen, Nick Scorton. Like, are you feeling good about that? I don't know. Like, is this a Femi Oladejo range? Because we've heard rumblings that they're high on him.
Yeah. I mean, listen, first of all, Zach, don't tease me about Ariante Ursary. I would take him on this team in a heartbeat. Do they think about corner here too? Because, I mean, I don't think Will Johnson is a scheme fit for what they want to do, but Siobhan Ravel Trey Amos, Darian Porter, all still good players. Did I miss?
Yeah.
Did Azareye'h Thomas go, or did I take him off my board by mistake?
I don't think Azareye'h Thomas has gone yet.
Damn it, Stoney.
But I mean, you talk about a guy like Donovan Ezeraku, one of my favorite players in this entire class. He has the speed to power that you want in an edge rusher. Maybe doesn't have the exact size, a little undersized, but you look at the first step quickness that he has, including his ability to play well in the run game. One of my favorite run defenders in the entire class. We've also heard about how high of a character guy he is, how high of a football IQ type of guy he is. I felt like he would have been a perfect fit for the Titans. And unfortunately, he just it doesn't make it there to the Titans. 52 was just too far down to go for the Titans. So it looks like we are moving off of Donovan Ezeraku here.
There's a name there in the chat that hasn't come up yet.
Xavier
Zach
Watts
says Xavier Watts may be there. I like him quite a bit too,
which I think is more of a need than people realize. Like
I agree.
You're one.
Yeah.
I understand Xavier Woods has played is a journeyman who has played like a lot of football and a lot of tread on the tires, and I know he's played it efficiently and has not been hurt a lot. But you're one play away from having Amani Hooker and Mike Brown out there, right? Like you could do well by adding a safety, and especially a guy like Xavier Watts.
For sure. So I still have 2 purple players on my list, and then I have 7 red players on my list still here at 45.
So it looks like the Colts are looking to move up here. Zach just put a bunch of no's in the chat, so I'm preparing for heartbreak here.
Oh boy.
Oh. I'll wait for your reaction here, Stoney, on that one.
No, I don't want to hold up the show because my TV's behind. So
So JTT goes to the Indianapolis Colts here. Another one of the edge rushers that we thought would be a nice fit there. What kind of impact would he have brought to the Titans?
Well, an element of power in the edge that I don't think that they have. I'm trying to pull up my evaluation of him. Pretty good all-around player. A guy I thought was vastly underrated. Such a solid combination of speed and power. His power moves are so explosive. One of the first things you notice about him, how he fires his hands on his speed to power move, his bull rush, his long arm. He just bashes linemen's shoulders and jerks them around to toss him to the side. He can move well laterally to punch and shed to fill a gap or penetrate to the backfield against the run. His power shows up as an edge setter where he drops his pads, extends his arms, plants his feet wide to hold the point against the tackle. I think there's an underrated speed aspect to his game that shows up in his burst off the line, how quickly he beats the tackle up the field, and he's got some bend towards the quarterbacks. This is a guy that I thought was pretty rangy, pretty versatile as a defensive end that could have added some beef. And you think about that in conjunction with the Tyler Warren pick. The Colts are doing some work this year in the draft.
They are. I mean, just like the comments are saying here, AFC South is getting some talent. It's getting competitive, and unfortunately, that's another edge rusher off the board here. Leslie says, "Why is Mike Green getting passed? There are some very, very serious sexual assault allegations out there on him, and not just one account." Multiple accounts, and I've heard that the response to those accounts being like, have you grown as a person, have not been the most positive in that respect. So I think he's off of a lot of people's boards. Chris Williams, certainly he's putting up, Chris Ballard is fighting for his life and putting up a masterclass here. Look, Stoney, it looks like the NFL Network head to commercial. I think we should, so that you can go get yourself a drink, take a breather real quick, and prepare for the Tennessee Titans pick, which is up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks.
I just want to say before we go to break, Tommy H. Baby's comment is an elite hating comment. I respect the game. I am a Latu hater. The comment says, good pick by the Colts. They get their Latu injury replacement. I love it. Well done, Tommy.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will be right back, and then we will be with you guys up until the Titans pick, and then far beyond that, we just have to get Stoney a drink, reset here, and we will be right back with you on our live coverage of round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft presented by M.L.Rose and Sinkers Beverages. We'll be doing some M.L.Rose gift card giveaways here in just a little bit. Zach, we're going to go check on Kelvin Banks' baby as well in this break. So stick around. We'll be right back. Sinkers Beverages is your one-stop shop for all your beer, wine, and spirit needs. Located in East Nashville, Sinkers Beverages has been serving the local community for over 40 years. A 4-time Best of Nashville Liquor Store of the Year, Sinkers Beverages has anything and everything you need for any occasion. Sign up for the in-crowd to get access to allocated wines and spirits, exclusive events, and early access to barrel releases and more. Shop Sinkers at sinkersbeverages.com. and tell them the Hot Read Podcast sent you. Alrighty, we are back here as the Rams take Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon.
Okay.
Papa had the wet also as well. Yeah. Good to see you guys back here. A lot of things going on here in the comments as we are back and better than ever here. Thank you guys for sticking around. Derek says no commercials. How do you think we're getting paid around here? How do you think we keep the lights on? What do you got in the Thanos glass?
We're doing some Elysian space dust.
Ooh. Elysian space dust. That sounds more like a strain of something else than a beer. However, Zach is right. There are so many reaches. This second round has been absolutely wild that at this point I have no idea what the Titans could be doing. Because if I think Jalen Nolan, Kyle Williams are maybe reaches for 35, and like we're seeing these type of reaches, like I have no idea what's going on next. Leslie says, "Oh really? Let's keep it moving on Green. He is too freaky." That is, I think someone called him Diddy Green earlier in the chat.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
LT3 saying baby was in a milk coma, got shaken up and spit up everywhere, was not having a good night, unlike Kelvin Banks there. So Terrence Ferguson, some of these these tight ends that we thought maybe were like fringe third round guys, maybe like early third guys, going in the middle of the second round here. So interesting to see another tight end taken off the board there ahead of Elijah Arroyo, which makes sense when we're lining up with some of these guys who have knee issues.
Yeah. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, that was it.
Oh, gotcha. My bad. I missed it.
Derek says, give me Hot Read Podcast Premium. Sure.
Yeah, that's where
$5. Send us $5.
That's where the feet pics are going. We got, man, when does the Will Johnson slide stop?
You're not going to believe this, Stoney.
No way.
The Cardinals take Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan. So the slide does stop here for Will Johnson.
Unbelievable.
Who I think is worthy of a round one talent. Like this guy,
I
think he's really good. It's just the knee issue is quite a concern.
He was a top 10 caliber guy on my board. He was one of the purple players remaining. And for those that don't understand what I'm talking about there, you've got your blue chip players, and then you hear teams talk a lot about red players that are just, these are going to be good quality starters in the league. So I like to take the two and combine them for a red player that might have a little bit of blue in him, could become blue, and we make purple. And Will Johnson is a purple player. I think the speed concerns are valid, but I think in zone coverage, it's not, you hope that he's not in recovery situations that often. So really feisty guy, really sharp corner, plays with anticipation. They're just showing on the NFL Network now his propensity for undercutting a route at the point of the catch, intercepting the ball. Had a really good pick six in the Fresno State game. Runs the length of the field. I mean, this is a pretty good quality player that, if you're okay taking the risk on the knee injury, which we've heard is pretty bad and was bad enough for him to fall to 47, then I think you've got a good player there.
Yeah, and so it looks like Houston comes back up here into the Vegas spot. They trade 58 and 99 for 48. So Houston coming back up in front of Tennessee here. It'll be interesting to see where they go with this one.
Yeah, I think I know where we're going here. I think I just had the pick spoiled for me.
Oh, did you? Oh, no.
Well, I was talking with our buddy Sean, the EIC over at 615 Film, and the movie film, not football film, for those unaware. And he's a huge Texans fan, and we were talking about a couple of prospects. So I'll leave it at that.
Did Sean get you? Asked Zach. Medicals are bad. Yeah, I mean, on a guy like Will Johnson, going from a potential top 10 pick to, what was that, 47? I would say so.
Yeah.
Zach says, typical Texans fan ruining everything.
The message we got in the Sobro Slack just tags me at Big Natural. We got him.
We got him.
And we were talking about two players earlier today that I'm thinking it's one of those two guys.
All right, so we'll have to see who that is. Zach does bring up a good question. What do you think Jaquan Jackson is up to right now?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, it's the end of that one. Monty Austinfort is secretly not a good GM. No one wants to talk about it. They've gone with who? They've gone with Will Johnson, and they took Walter Nolan.
I don't really love the draft that they're having this year, but I like their draft last year. Their draft. I can't say that I'm well versed in Arizona Cardinals free agent moves at this point, but I did think they had a sneaky good draft last year.
Yes. So it will be interesting to see. There are still plenty of wide receivers here on the board that the Titans could go with at 52. They are coming up here in 5 picks. Trey Harris, I think, is definitely in the mix here.
Love that.
I think Jalen Knoll is in the mix. I think Kyle Williams is in the mix. LT3 talking about how the Raiders continue to stack picks and keep trading back for Shedeur Sanders, it looks like.
It's the reverse. They're trading back for him. They're trading back for Shedeur Sanders.
Zedian says, so we're just getting cut by the Texans and the Colts. I mean, these AFC South teams have stolen a little bit of the Titans' thunder in some of these scenarios, considering the Jaguars even come up and take Travis Hunter right after Cam Ward yesterday, what we talked about there as well. They also take Trey Amos to the Titans is an interesting one.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Are you on board with that one?
I'm on board with that. Or Darian Porter, for that matter, the corner out of Iowa State. I have some breaking news to report. Bucky has discovered there's a fly in the room, so now you're about to hear...
he's taken on the fly?
Yeah, you're about to hear my bookshelf crash over. The curtains are going to come off the wall. Jack Besh in the mix, man.
Jack Besh in the mix.
Wouldn't have any complaints about that. Though if you listen to Cover 2, Zach Lyons' broadcast partner, Blaine Bishop, wants to move Jack Besh to tight end, which I'm like, you know what? That might low-key rule. Why not?
Joe says, feels like Kyle Williams could be the pick. I would be on board there, considering Cam's demands to go get a wide receiver he's played with before. Maybe not necessarily Xavier Restrepo, but Kyle Williams, a guy there. Zedin asks, Azareye'h Thomas or Trey Amos?
See, I like the experience and the polish of Azareye'h Thomas, but I think Trey Amos has the better traits. And I think just watching that dude play, to me, Amos has more upside.
Yeah. I like Azareye'h Thomas, though. I think for the size he has, his ability to play press man coverage at that size is pretty impressive. I think it's a great trait to have. I'm interested to see where he goes, because I thought he may be off the board already, as it looks like the Texans are announcing their pick here.
Oh my God. Is Matt's comment correct? Hernan saying trade back on the X feed?
Well, maybe he wants them to trade back again.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to not kill my computer right now, because my fan is going crazy.
So the Texans take Ariante Ursary, the lineman out of Minnesota, which I think one of those guys who I think when we're talking about just the tackle position, probably a top 5 tackle in this class.
Agreed.
Certainly something they needed after they decided, instead of trying to build around CJ Stroud on the offensive line, it was tearing it down. So they start to rebuild it up again here with Ariante Ursary. I think, listen, at 48, Ariante Ursary, that's fine value for what you're getting.
That is a steal. Yeah. It is not one of the players that I was discussing with Sean earlier. We were talking about the Georgia offensive lineman. The Texans were linked to Jared Wilson and to Tate Ratledge. But I mentioned nobody's talking about Ariante Ursary for the Texans, who need a tackle. And now he was responding to that saying we got him. So apologies for the confusion, everybody. But I'm a big fan of Ursary. He would have been the 6th best player available at this point. So really good value. He was my 36th overall player. So again, kind of going a little bit below where I had him ranked, but this is a guy that, maybe there were questions about the speed and athleticism on tape. I thought he tested pretty well at the combine for a guy of his size. Sturdy, strong, polished tackle, a lot more strengths than weaknesses. I think this is a guy that can come in right away and play tackle for an organization that desperately needs a starter.
So Derek is not wanting to trade 52 at all. If we're
I'm kind of with Derek.
Conversation of stick and pick at 52 or trade back yet again.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Bengals pick is also in here, and they go with Demetrius Knight, linebacker, out of South Carolina.
He's a thumper.
I like Demetrius Knight. He, like you said, a thumper. I think he was actually in my personal rankings was my linebacker 2 right there neck and neck with Carson Schweschinger. I thought he had a great Senior Bowl. He was one of my boys there with South Carolina. I think he is, like you said, a thumper in the run game, but I think also has that pursuit speed that you're looking for in linebacker prospects this high up in the draft. I think he's got a lot of that here as well. He is one of my favorite linebackers here, and I think for the Bengals, I think that slots in nice there as well. Now, here's the thing, right? Two guys with the first two picks, the Bengals needed a lot of help on that defensive side of the ball, and you're walking away so far with Demetrius Knight and Shamar Stewart. I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, there you
Andrew
go.
Sparks says Demetrius Knight was his high school quarterback. Alrighty.
Man, this thing has kind of swung. We're 4 picks away, 3 more players.
Yeah. Also, Zach totally thought we were saying that he was a humper, not a thumper.
He may be. I don't know his personal life.
I don't know
his personal life. So
Ed Henry says, Ed Henry says, which one of the 16 defensive tackles they met with is the pick at 52?
Dog Darius Alexander's still available.
He is. Joe says we're getting Kyle. He feels it. What if Kyle Williams and then Restrepo in the 5th to add to Tyler Lockett and just create the biggest slot receiver room ever?
Yeah.
Zach says, bring me Trey Harris, thumb boys.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Derek says, y'all trade back people need to grow up. You have to make picks at some point.
Yeah.
Zach is asking, why does everybody want slot guys? It's not that they want slot guys. They want slot guys, including one slot guy who is bad that was a teammate of Cam Ward. That's what they want.
Okay. All right. I want a big X guy. Give me a big...
Who are your top 3 X type receivers on the board right now?
Top 3 X wide receivers on the board right now. I think Jack Besh could be an X. Alec Ayumanor, Trey Harris, Savion Williams.
Guy we've not talked about at all.
Isaac TeSlaa.
Are you taking Isaac TeSlaa at 52?
No. I'm hoping for Landon Jackson, but
I am too.
I've
Landon
probably
Jackson
just jinxed it, and he's going to be one of the next 2 picks.
Yeah. And it looks like, if this is correct by LT3, Panthers are moving up to 51 right ahead of the Titans.
I'm curious of you and Zach's opinion on Torrey Horton, because I was not too terribly blown away by him when I finally got around to his tape.
I'm not the biggest fan. I think the injury concerns are also a big one for me when you're talking about the type of receiver this team needs to be there day one. You probably don't want a guy who has the injury history of a Torrey Horton.
Oh man, that does make me nervous. The chat's right. The Panthers did want an edge.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. We're waiting on the Seattle Seahawks pick, and like the chat is saying, the Panthers want. I thought they could go edge in the first round. They end up going Tet McMillan there, which I was not very excited about. However, yeah, you look at who's on the board here in terms of edge rushers: Landon Jackson, Nick Scorton. Mike Green is obviously still there.
Oh boy. Oh man.
Could you imagine if they go Mike Green here?
Well, I could imagine it.
Let's see. Let's say they go Jackson. Let's say they go Landon Jackson at 51. Does that change your perspective in any way on if they should go edge here at 52?
If Landon Jackson is gone?
Yes.
Yes, it would most definitely, because then my next best edges would be Nick Scorton, Savion Jones, Princely Umanmielen, Jack Sawyer, Braden Swinson, Kyle Kennard. I like Kyle Kennard, but we're getting like down to the next tier of guys. Ashton Gelati is coming up, Femi Oladejo, which it's still a little early. I really, man, if it's predicated on getting like Trey Harris at 82, I could live with it, but man, it'd just be a lot easier if Landon Jackson was there at 52.
Yeah. So it looks like if the Panthers pick is also being tipped somewhere, it does mean that we are getting very, very close to the Titans being on the clock here as the Seahawks.
Wow.
So Elijah Arroyo, tight end out of Miami. I mean, They're showing on NFL Network some of the ridiculous Senior Bowl tape that he had there.
Yeah.
I mean, when you talk about maybe one of the best pass catching tight ends in this class, he's probably right there behind Colston Loveland and a guy like Tyler Warren. I mean, this is a guy that I think, especially for Seattle, I think makes a lot of sense. But there was injury concerns about that knee. He does not fall to the Titans. I thought he could be an option there at, if the Titans were looking at tight end. However, he is not. And so the Panthers pick is in, which means the Titans are now officially on the clock.
Yeah. Elijah Arroyo was tight end 3 for me. I think it was the injury concerns that were the biggest thing. I mean, there are some questions about play strength and drive and run blocking, but I think he's got pretty good form. I think he's a weapon in the receiving game, has a little bit of that creativity to his game that you kind of need when you're playing with a guy like Cam Ward, but really good value there. Really good pick for the Seahawks.
All right, and so the Titans are back on the clock. Let's take a moment, like the show, retweet the show on Twitter or X, whatever you like to call it. Share it with a friend as we are about to get ready to react to who the Titans may take here. And so the Panthers trade up in front of, hey, I'll take it. The Panthers trade up in front of the Titans and take Nick Scorton out of Texas A&M, a guy I was not a big fan of. Nobody spoiled the pick here in the chat. If you're watching along here, we are banning people who do that. But this is a guy that I think this is a best case scenario for us, for the Titans. A guy, Nick Scorton, that we weren't crazy about, just like Shamar Stewart. Those Texas A&M edge rushers weren't our favorite. And so, Stoney, I ask you right now, edge or wide receiver?
I'm going edge, and I'm going Landon Jackson right here.
I would love to agree with you. I gotta stick with my guy. I gotta go Jalen Knoll because I think he's the perfect fit for what this Brian Callahan offense wants to do. Leslie says, you know what? Give me Mike Green. He may be too freaky, but I can't even finish there. So we will hold here if people are waiting here to talk about the pick. If PK spoiled it, I'm gonna yell at him.
I saw it.
You did?
I saw it.
Well, we will wait to see. No tipping here. We will wait to see who the pick is as I get things ready. Titans come up to select here. This is going to be an interesting one. And it's one that we have talked about for a while as a guy they've liked, a guy that I myself have really liked throughout this entire process here, as the Titans do, in fact, take Femi Oladejo, edge rusher out of UCLA. This pick, is it a little rich? Maybe. But he had a nice Senior Bowl, looked very explosive there. He is a former linebacker that just converted to the edge position almost 2 weeks into the second, or almost 2 weeks into last season. This is a guy that I think his best days are ahead of him in terms of the edge position. And when you're talking about, when you're looking at the measurables of a player versus what you can get immediately, what have we heard from Chad Brinker and Mike Borgonzi this week? We want to develop these guys. We're looking for those types of we're looking at those types of guys here as I bring up what we have here on Femi Oladejo. He's a guy who I think his moveset is not as developed as some of these other pass catchers, but he is a speed to power monster waiting in the wings who I have said all along here has maybe the best potential to become one of the hidden gems of this draft in a year or two. We've talked and heard about what Chad Brinker and Mike Borgonzi want out of this team in year 2 or year 3. Femi Oladejo could be that type of guy if they have the right plan in place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want this reaction to suggest that I don't think he's a good player. I'm a little lower on him than others. It's a good edge class. I do think there were better, more complete options. But what Oladejo, sorry, I think according to my trusty pronunciation guide, we do pronounce the J there. There is some high upside here with this pick, and I will go ahead and grab my eval of him real quick. Long, twitchy, persistent pass rusher that has experience at linebacker to boot. I do think there's an element of finish that is missing from his game, where maybe he looks a little raw in how to sustain and how to counter, that sort of thing. Maybe that has to do with the power, the lighter frame, whatever the case. I think he needs to develop a sense of when to counter, and he could probably stand to bulk up a little bit. The dude hits hard, but it just doesn't seem to budge. And I noticed that particularly going up against LSU's bookend NFL tackles, Will Campbell, Emory Jones, and that tape. That said, he's got a good skill set, and he hits the ends like a battering ram from a wide alignment. He'll throw a bull rush at you, speed to power, push, pull, rip, move, a spin inside, a long arm. I think he's got a pretty decent bag. It's just a matter of whether or not he wins with that initial wave that concerns me. His experience at linebacker also shows up in situations where he drops into coverage to defend the hook, the wall area. When he lines up in the middle of the field, he does a good job of reading the quarterback's eyes and pursuing the pass rush when he recognizes no receiving threat in his vicinity. I may have concerns about power and persistence, but Oladejo is a fun prospect that has some speed, some bend, and some pass rush moves.
Yeah, and when he transitioned to the edge position from linebacker, he led the team in sacks and tackles for loss last season at UCLA. Here's an excerpt from the Beast, from Dane Brugler on Femi Oladejo. He said, a 2-year starter at UCLA, Oladejo moved to a stand-up edge rusher role in defensive coordinator M.L.Rose hybrid front seven, mostly in 2-point stance. After playing Mike linebacker for 2 seasons at Cal and his first year at UCLA, where he was 255 pounds, he transitioned to his new position 3 games into the 2024 season. Losing the green dot allowed him to do less thinking and more attacking, and he led the Bruins in tackles for loss, 13.5, and 4.5 sacks in 2024. As a run defender, Oladejo is both physical and rangy, with the violence in his hands to shed and the closing speed to chase down the football from the backside. His pass rush is more basic than advanced right now, but he isn't shy about using speed to power and creating leverage with upward strikes. Overall, Oladejo offers pass rush upside as he continues to evolve his attack plan and arsenal moves, but he has the disruptive qualities, his power and effort to see immediate NFL snaps. He has 3-down potential, although convincing NFL teams that he is coachable enough to reach his ceiling will be the key for him throughout the draft process. So essentially what I said at the beginning there, right? The bottom line is here. Chad Brinker and Mike Borgonzi are looking for guys who in this trait-based system are going to prove and give you dividends down the road in year 2 and year 3. Femi Oladejo here is only 21 years old. He is a raw, more speed to power guy who has not been able to kind of get the best move set under his belt yet. However, I think there is still room to grow. This is a pick that I really, really liked for the Titans. It's a guy who I've mocked to the Titans numerous times. However, at 52, it may seem like a little bit of a reach considering who was there. Landon Jackson, Princely Uman-Mielen, some of these other edge rushers who were there. However, I knew the Titans really did like him here. And so that does bring up the question, right? At 82, do they end up going, somewhere with the defensive tackle? Do they go wide receiver? It's going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. JT, I'm getting a little bit of I don't know if it's feedback or some wobbly. I don't know if it's in my headphones or if it's if you're doing something. It sounds like the mic's moving.
Am I good now? Hello? Am I good?
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah.
Tommy says he's young and hasn't been playing edge long. He's been playing edge. He's started playing the edge rusher position 3 games into the 2024 season there. Zach also does bring up, don't forget the religious group he is a member of that has been banned from college campuses nationwide, whatever that is. That's something we'll have to talk to him. Brugler had Jackson and Birch and Sawyer ahead of Femi. Jacob says, question, would you rather have him or Nick Scorton? Personally, I'm going Oladejo. I don't know about you, Stoney, but I'm going Oladejo over Scorton.
If those are my 2 options, yeah, probably, because I like upside, and I do think Oladejo has higher upside.
Yeah, I agree there. Someone asked for the RAS score. I'm seeing if I can pull that up here as the Buccaneers go right after the Titans and take Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame. Let me see if I can find that RAS score for Femi Oladejo.
Let's see here. I had
Femi Oladejo did not qualify for his measurements. However, he had a 9.24 out of 10 vertical and 8.43 out of 10 vertical. But yes, a little bit undersized at the position. 6'3", 259 officially at the combine with a 20 bench. So, but 33.8 arms will play at the next level. It's all about what the Titans staff in Ben Bloom and the rest of the coaches will be able to do with him in order to unlock that next level for Femi Oladejo, because he is so raw at that position, right? I think you give him some time, and this is a pick more for what they said in their press conference, not for the now, but the future, something we've been talking about all along. It may seem like a reach at this point in the drafts, kind of landscape. However, I do think that this is a pick that has the potential to pay off down the road. He was one of my favorite players, so I'm very happy with this pick. At 52, maybe kind of knocks it down just a peg or 2, but he is one of my favorite guys in the class. I really did like him.
Fair enough. I think he's.
Eddie said, got somebody for the green dot at least.
Finally,
there you go. We got one for the green dot. So we shall see what that, Yeah, I mean, 4.5. He led UCLA with 4.5 sacks, which take that as you will. Brandon Connor says Femi is okay. He wanted Mike Green more. Sorry to say, Mike Green was never an option on their board. That's just what it is. Mike Green must have been a do not draft. Yes, correct. Trait-wise, how does Femi stack up? He has the size to win right now with speed to power. It's yet to be seen if he can add more moves to that set to make him a true 3-down starter. But
I think he has more moves. I think he flashes more moves. Long arms, push pulls, rip moves. Does it all. For me, it's the sustain, the finish, the counters. Oh man, there goes Anthony Belton.
Anthony Belton just went to
Green Bay.
Wow, good pick.
Love it. Yeah. So, I think for me, it's like teaching how to finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. And Caleb here in the comments says, can someone explain the Mike Green thing? So over the past 24 hours or so, there have been more and more things that have come out about Mike Green and his supposed sexual assault situation that turned into more than just one situation. And from what I've heard, the conversations about how Mike Green has changed as a person after those situations has not been what you want to hear from a guy who has had multiple of these charges or allegations against him, which has put him off a lot of teams' boards. And it sounds like the Titans included. So the fall is going to continue. The talent is no doubt a top 20 talent. But as we talked about, like, this is a huge red flag for these teams, it looks like.
We got to figure out the religious group thing with Femi Oladejo. That's so fascinating to just have been dropped like in a line in a report somewhere.
I agree. Yes.
Like I never heard a knock on him that he wasn't coachable until that came up, where it was like, he's got to prove that he's coachable. I'm like, wait, what? Is that a problem? Is that a problem here?
Yeah. I do like the I do like that pick. So
sent that to our group chat. I don't see it. I just see.
I think he meant like a while ago.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying we've got to get to the bottom of that. We need more info on that.
Well, no, he said he found the religious group.
Oh,
send it in the chat. Oh, so now I'm not the only one who doesn't remember this. Maybe you're making things up, Zach. So
I don't remember seeing anything more about it.
It's an offshoot of the International Churches of Christ. Caleb says, had to step out of a wedding rehearsal.
Excuse me?
Had to step out of a wedding rehearsal to catch Stoney's reaction as the Chargers get their outside boundary wide receiver. They take Trey Harris out of Ole Miss, a guy we just talked about the Titans could potentially be looking at. Looking at the last couple of picks that just went after the Titans, it was Femi Oladejo there. Then it was Benjamin Morrison, Anthony Belton, and Trey Harris.
Yep. So there goes one of the X receivers.
Now, this does bring up a good question. Is it wide receiver for you at 82, or are you starting to look at a different position? Are you thinking potentially if Xavier Watts is there at 82? Are you looking at that? Yeah. Are you looking at an Andrew Makuba there? Are you looking at Omar Norman Lott at 82 out of Tennessee? Jason McDonald says Braden thinks that the people on the cam train are part of religion too. So fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, so I think we are kind of approaching the territory. Jack Besh is the best receiver on my board right now. I would be ecstatic if the Titans were to draft him, but I do think we are kind of approaching the territory of the draft where it really is just like best player available kind of deal. Mm-hmm. And it seems like these corners continue to slide. Could be a sneaky need for this team. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Let's see. It has to be wide receiver. You can't hand Cam this retirement home and expect success. Well, Ladd McConkey and Trey Harris is a very nice duo. I'll give you that one. Stoney, I'm going to put out a tweet here real quick if you want to look into the chat and see what is going on there.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jason. Jason mentions Ty Felton. I'm a big Ty Felton fan. Really fast guy, really crisp route runner. Scattaboo is coming up. Jacob brought his name up at 82. The Punisher, if you will, the puke and rally king, guy that will put his team on his back and run through it. And John Boy brings up double dip at edge. What if Landon Jackson's still there at 82? I don't know. I do think they could stand to add a couple more pieces on the defensive front. Darius Alexander is a guy that is still available. So I don't know. Like I said, Xavier Watts, like we have some options at this point.
Yeah, I agree there as well. Trade back up is an interesting one. I don't know if I would be in on that. However, Jacob Sain says Scattaboo at 82. Get ready. That's a spicy one, which I think we've talked about is a great fit for the type of running back they need in this offense that Callahan says he needs in this offense.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out dinner.
Oh, you're good. No, I was just saying like Cam Scattaboo would be an interesting pick there for the Titans at 82 if he was available.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I don't hate it. I mean, you talk about this team wanting to add culture builders. He strikes me as a major culture guy, like a guy that his teammates want to rally around him. He plays really hard. He plays his ass off. Has a really physical, tough style. I think he has some underrated versatility. Would be a good addition, especially in this backfield where he kind of stylistically feels like the what's missing from it. And Brian brings up Damian Martinez. I'm a huge Damian Martinez fan.
I am too. Yep.
He's really high on my list, and he is another type of guy that's going to carry a few people into the end zone with him.
So yeah, I just said my final thoughts on Femi Oladejo as I tweet them out there. I said the Titans select Femi Oladejo edge out of UCLA. Love the pick, in my opinion. Only 21 and started playing edge after week 3 of 2024. Has a nice speed to power under his belt, but needs to develop his tool bag more. We've heard how the Titans are looking 2 to 3 years down the road. Femi can pay dividends if the Tennessee staff can unlock his potential. I think that's where I sit ultimately with him. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Fair enough. I just James Foster dropped his breakdown.
Okay.
Miscast as an off-ball linebacker for most of his career and just scratching the surface of his potential as an edge rusher. Needs some development as a pass rusher, but the early returns with just 1 year of experience are promising. 59 on my board. So James Foster had him at 59.
And they on a James Foster board, he's 59. He goes 52. Zach does bring up always good to draft potential over proven players, which never draft proven players when you are a bad team. Now, I will say, like, that is the other side of the coin, right? The Titans saying that they're looking 2 to 3 years down the road as a draft and develop team. Like, you have to have the people in place to develop those guys, right? Is Ben Bloom that type of guy who can get the best out of Femi Oladejo? That's the question you have to ask now. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think Ben Bloom's done a pretty decent job with the talent that he's had to work with. This is a guy that, it's probably going to be a bit of a benchmark prospect for him. It's like, what can he harness out of the traits, and can he iron out a little more consistency and a little more finish out of him?
Yeah, and here's what Zach said from the Go Long article he found on Femi Oladejo. He said he played stack linebacker for 3 seasons, 2 at Cal, and edge for 1. More of a run defender than a pass rusher, relying on his power and length, 33 and 3/8 arms. Just the lack of awareness and instincts kind of limits his production. When he gets to the NFL, he's going to have to choose between football and this faith-based organization that has been banned from college campuses across the country. It is probably not ideal for him.
Yeah, man.
Is this organization gonna hold him at gunpoint and say you either have to come to our services on Sunday or play football? I don't know. Is that what that is?
I don't know how in too deep he is into this thing.
I don't know. It's interesting. So it looks like the Chicago Bears take Ozzie Trapilo, tackle, out of Boston College there.
Okay.
I love
Ozzie's okay.
Yeah. LT3 is already on the Raiders pick, which I think is crazy.
Yeah. Where is LT3 watching?
I would like to know.
Yeah, for real.
John Glennon said Oladejo mentions that Nashville is a great city and that there's no state income tax.
Yeah.
Also mentioned how he is familiar with the Denard Wilson scheme because it's similar to what UCLA plays. This has also been a conversation that Harold Landry may have not fit the type of scheme. Zach brings up tax evasion purposes, potentially for his group. I have no idea. However, we talked a lot about how the edge rusher they needed to get needs to fit that scheme. And I get that every edge rusher is probably going to say that they know the scheme because they think they play a similar scheme. Like that, it's a fair answer. However, John Boy says the religious group was for tax evasion. I agree. However, I think there is something to be said that UCLA, in terms of what I've watched, does have a similar type of scheme to what Denard Wilson, more of a press man, nickel type of scheme. However, I don't know if he's going to be able to be ready to play that 3-down type of role, but that's not exactly what we as Eddie says, we drafted a Colt guy. Oh my God. We've talked about, even with like a Landon Jackson, like the outlook has been, if we get this guy into a rotation with Arden Key, like if we get player so-and-so in the back half of the second to rotate year one with a Draymond Jones and with an Arden Key, like you're going to find more success than potentially having a guy who you're expecting 3 full downs with from the get-go. And I think any of those guys were going to be along the same lines. They end up just liking Femi Oladejo and maybe those raw traits and the ability to improve year after year over a guy who may be more reaching his potential early on.
Zedine brings up a good point too. 2 for 2 on top 30 visits.
Yep, that is true. Well, I guess Cam counts.
Yeah,
that is fair. But 2 for 2 on top 30 visits. Timothy says Femi is also a Nigerian immigrant. Anyone know his citizen status? Normally not a concern. I mean, if he's played at Cal and he's played at UCLA for, 4 years, be interesting. But Derek says my only issue with it is I want our second pick in the draft to be an immediate impact guy. And I think he can. I don't think he's going to be an immediate impact on 3 downs, but you put him in there and you set him on speed to power. As Jeff Ford says, he was born in the U.S., so maybe that was not correct information. However, he can be an immediate impact on 2nd and 3rd down. I just don't know if he's going to play in all 3, right? Like you pin back his ears and you get him going, you're probably going to find success, but I don't know if that's going to translate to all 3 downs. Jacob says he has 6 sacks in his college career, 4.5 in his final year. I mean, he didn't move to the position until week 3 or week 4 of last season. So very, very new to the position. You are correct. Lions go with Tate Ratledge out of Georgia, the guard there. Christopher saying Femi is going to stun the world. It's an interesting pick, and I'm going to look to see if we hear any more tidbits from his media availability to share with all of you.
So I was going to ask. I saw the screenshot of the Zoom call had already made its way to Twitter. Wondering if there were any quotes yet, if the media has gotten to talk.
Tehran said that Tehran Davenport of ESPN said Femi Oladejo said the Titans project him to be a 3-4 outside linebacker in the scheme. He said he's a natural dropping into coverage, having played middle linebacker, and boasted about once picking off Cam Ward, assuming that was from his time at Cal. But
what if they drafted him to be linebacker?
We did see a lot of that. We saw early on last season, like that's how they use Jalen Harrell a lot in the preseason. So like it does feel like it's maybe a more of a fit for the for the Titans and this Denard Wilson scheme than a Harold Landry was. And I think certainly here it's an interesting pick. I won't disagree with that. Like especially where you get him.
I do think it's funny, if I can be petty for a moment. Titans draft an edge rusher, and the first thing we're talking about is his coverage ability.
Yes. Zach does bring it, but they switched him from linebacker at UCLA because he was dumb. The Raiders are now on the clock here as well, as we're almost through the entirety of the second round here.
Yeah. I don't want people to think that I don't like Oladejo, because I'm getting that sense a little bit throughout the chat. For me, he was a 4th round guy. And so the value to me was a little iffy. I think he's more of a project than the other guys that were there at that spot that could come in right away.
Poiple Neupel saying A to Z wigging out. Easton is the only sane one. Well, that's because Easton knows ball and knows that it's a good pick.
Okay. Yeah. That's it.
Oh man. Raiders go with Jack Besh. So Jeff Ford says, is Stoney or JT pronouncing it right? Well, so like the Titans guide says Oladejo.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're kind of out on the Titans guide because we don't exactly know.
Oluwafemi Oladejo.
They have the
Joe as the syllable. But they also said it was Donovan Ezaraku.
Izaraku.
Yeah.
I just don't buy that. I'm sorry. What a shot to A to Z Pearls. Well, I don't think Austin has. I don't think he's watched any Femi Oladejo. So.
What was it, Eddie? Eddie said that PK posted the correct one from the source.
Oh, he did? Okay, let me go to Paul.
Yeah, my computer is just dying. Jack Besh to the Raiders. Man, that rules. Good for the Raiders. The Reese's Senior Bowl MVP.
Femi says that it is his Nigerian name, and it means his name means that God loves me. So there you go. Nice.
Yeah. Shador in the third. Man. Oh. This is nuts, man. I haven't been keeping up with my my best available. Got to take my boy Jack Besh.
Femi does say he's big in his fave. So certainly seems like if the Titans did their due diligence, this is not going to be a problem.
One would think.
So Paul took a video, but he only says his first name, not his last name. So that didn't help.
Cool.
But Jeff Ford says it is Joe. So Femi Oladejo. So
the Titans pronunciation guide gets this W.
All right. We'll believe you this time, Titans pronunciation guide.
Brock Bowers and Jack Besh together. Woof.
It's nice.
That is pretty nice.
I like, and Ashton Genty. I like what they're cooking in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh, so I totally missed this one. The Ravens took Mike Green.
Did they?
At 59.
Oh, that's
right now.
Popping up on my my screen. Yeah.
Oops.
Well, Malachi Starks and Mike Green. There you go.
Feels kind of a little bit like that's my bad, guys. You can boo me. Boo me all you want. That was my bad. I messed up. I didn't know where we were in the draft.
I
was trying to figure out a name. That's my bad, guys.
We've been at it for over 2 hours at this point.
Yes.
So
we appreciate you guys still being here with us. We have the 82nd overall pick to go still as well, with our full coverage of the second and third rounds of this draft here. Listen, I think once we get past the Titans' third pick, we'll do the third pick. We'll break that down, and then we'll give away an M.L.Rose gift card and then we'll also give away a Stoney poetry book. What do you say, Stoney?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm
right,
down with that.
We'll do that after the third round pick. All you guys have to do is make sure that you are subscribed to the 440 Sports YouTube channel. Give it a like. Share it with a friend, and then what should we have them? It's a hard J Oladejo. Okay, good to know. Tyler Kitt says if you go to UCLA's website, there's a recording of him saying his name. We could have done that, Stoney. Man, all right.
I ain't got time for that.
What should we have the people comment in the comment section here to notify us that they have completed the giveaway?
Ooh, I don't know.
Anything.
Thanos.
Okay. If you want to be entered into the giveaway, you have to subscribe to the channel, leave us a like, and type Thanos. Type Thanos into the chat, and then you will be entered into the winnings for the gift card. Derek says JT was obviously an accident, but not. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, guys. Some people's autocorrects are doing it to thanks instead of Thanos, which I think is really funny. And I hope people continue to come in here. I'll take that, Jacob. That's close enough. Now we just have a lot of Thanos in here. So
a lot of Thanos in the comments.
Yeah. Mike Green is indeed going to the Ravens. The one slip up I did have tonight. I am sorry. However, we can start to talk about is it that big? Like, if the haul tonight is a Femi Oladejo and a Xavier Watts pick, like, let's say that's the haul tonight, how are you feeling about that? Or if it's a defensive lineman, or if it's a corner, like, if it's not a wide receiver tonight, when you're looking at the wide receivers who are potentially on the board, Jalen Knoll, Savion Williams, Kyle Williams, like those type of receiver there in the third round, how are you feeling coming away with an edge rusher tonight who maybe is not the proven edge rusher you wanted, but an edge rusher nonetheless, and a guy who falls into the third here who can potentially be an impact player in a rotation as well?
Yeah. I feel good about the receivers that are going to be available tomorrow. I mean, we could see a run on them here in the third round, but I feel like there's still going to be some quality to be had in the fourth round tomorrow. So at this point, I just get an impact player. I mean, at this point, you're looking at corners. Savon Ravel is still available. Azarie Thomas, Trey Amos, Darian Porter. Some good corners there that can make a difference for your franchise. Darius Alexander, the defensive lineman.
A.U. Manor as well is on the board. Brought up here. Like, I agree as well. If A.U. Manor's there, I'm in at 82. I'm great with that. That is a haul of a day. If you're getting Oladejo and A.U. Manor, that's another one we have to figure out. A.U. Manor, got it.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? We talked about the running back spot. I mean, Dylan Sampson is there. I think Dylan Sampson, Cam Scattaboo, Damian Martinez, even guys like LaQuint Allen are kind of in play tonight as well. So, I think there's some pretty good value there. Jarquez Hunter, probably a day 3 guy, but there's still weapons to be had. Just go get somebody that's going to make a difference.
I'm getting the inside scoop from Easton. I just texted him. I heard the fellow ball knowers in quotations on A to Z are crashing out over Femi.
Well, it's a reach. It's a reach.
Wooddale says Mike Green still available. I'm going to put my hand on your shoulder, Wooddale, here when I tell you this, that with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the Ravens are taking Mike Green. Brian says, didn't Foster have him at 59? Yep. I mean, these are all different boards. Like, Stoney's board has him as a reach. Foster was super high on him. I was somewhere in the middle, but maybe a little closer to James Foster's board than Stoney's board. It's all about, for me, the potential development of the guy. And I think that's where you need to look past the sacks, which, by the way, 4.5 sacks in a 12 game schedule, maybe if you get to that in college, if you're a good team, a 12, what is that? 8 games out of the 12 in his only season at edge rusher, and you're leading the team with 4.5 sacks, and you have a pretty nice speed to power here at this point. Like, I'm okay with it.
Mike Green is bawling, crying his eyes out. Dude, if he pans out, how stupid is that the Ravens got Mike Green and Malachi Starks?
It's very, very stupid. I agree.
2024 Sun Belt Player of the Year, Mike Green. Oh, they just showed the Connerly rep from the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, let me see if I have one of those reps too. I mean, he is a top 15 talent in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a big risk, I think, especially how he has kind of positioned himself throughout this entire draft cycle. But I mean, from a just rusher perspective, I mean, his first step is wicked.
Oh, it's funny. I was looking because everybody's bringing up the 59th player at 52. So I'm like, where was he on my big board? I had him at 82, which is one of the Titans picks.
It's a wild comment.
Yeah, we don't have to address that one.
That's a wild one.
We'll let that one go.
Christopher says, too many reaches, in my opinion, as it applies to the entire draft. Some teams just have that conviction. But I also think, as Denver here goes, RJ Harvey, running back out of UCF here, to add to that offensive stable with Jaleel McLaughlin. Who did you have at 52?
Who did I have at 52? Darius Alexander.
Oh, there you go. What if they flip? And they take Darius Alexander at 82? That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Are we forgetting that we also have Sweat and Simmons plus a balling edge now? Here's my take on the thing, right? You have, whether you were like, you had the 35th pick, and where the edge rushers fell, you were getting an edge rusher who may, and as Timothy says, Brugler had Femi at 64. You were taking a player here, regardless of where, of the edge rusher. You're taking a player that's going to be a rotational guy year one with Draymond Jones and Arden Key in that defensive room. However, I think you want to bet on the upside of a guy like Femi Oladejo over maybe some of those other guys. I certainly would have taken Femi over Princely Umanmielen. I think Landon Jackson is a fair guy to rebuttal with. However, I mean, if like you said, if Landon Jackson's there at 82, I would be okay with doubling up on edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where the Commanders go here.
It's interesting as we finish off the second round here. I think, Stoney, if you want to, we can, we've been on for another hour, so we can finish out the second round, take our second break of the night, and then get back at it.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Wow. Okay. And so the Washington Commanders select Trey Amos out
there
of
he goes.
Ole Miss.
Oh, boy.
One of your favorite prospects of this entire draft.
Yeah, he was one of my red players. He was the 5th best available at the time. Where was Amos on my board? I was pretty high on him. I had him at 37. So this is incredible value for the Washington Commanders to get a sturdy, physical, fast, traitsy cornerback. That's a hell of a pick. That's a steal. That's a steal in my book.
Especially for a secondary like Washington that needed it. Like, I'm with you on that one. Let's see. So we have 3 more picks here until the third round. Shedeur Sanders continues to fall. LT3 says, can't wait till round 3. These picks are taking forever to announce. Shrike says, Mike. You
Sorry.
good?
The cat just.
Bucky, you have something to say?
Yeah, Bucky just threw his sandpiper toy. I saw it go flying through the air. I thought it was about to take my light down, but we're good.
Yeah, Mike Green wouldn't have had to be a developmental guy. Unfortunately, it's just some of these teams did not have him on their board at all.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that. Like I've said before, there was some pretty vile stuff about Mike Green floating around out there, and I don't know. I don't have any sources telling me how much of that was true or not, so I won't say anything. But it was pretty concerning.
Yeah. Well, look, we passed the 1,500 viewer mark for the entire night, so we appreciate you guys being here with us. We're almost done with the second round of the draft, and then the third round will fly by. And hopefully it flies by. But Jacob says Giants could have a serious competition with Dart and Shadur and the vets. Just keep adding. 5 quarterbacks in that room, and Tommy DeVito is somehow the guy that makes it out. That would be really funny.
It is kind of wild that I mean, Shador's going to go in the third round. If at all, he might not. He might slide to day 3 at this point.
He might.
I don't know, man. I think there is the closer we got to the draft, I really started to believe that there was a lot more to the attitude issues than I was willing to acknowledge. I mean, it kind of feels like the NFL's opinion of this guy is to, I don't know, maybe humble him a little bit.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially coming from that family with the personalities that they have. Yeah. Like, I do think that you were right, though. Like, the quarterback is very fit dependent. But I thought at this point, like, a team would definitely covet those things, right? Yeah. Like, I think that is one of, like, Shadur is one of the quarterbacks in this class that I think is a guy that you can plug and play in the right system and find success immediately.
Yeah. I agree. Just we heard like the anonymous scout quotes, like, oh, he's got to have it his way. And that was something that particularly stuck out to me because I thought, NFL coaches don't really vibe with that. Like you don't tell the NFL coaches what to do kind of deal. So I don't know. Eddie, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. We haven't played a down of football. He could still very well be QB1. We don't know.
All right, I'm just gonna let me bring up the picks that have happened so far, so we can recap some of the ones that we maybe missed out on earlier. Draft tracker. Alrighty. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, it's good that the Titans have another pick because if it was only Femi Oladejo, like, here's the question, right? How big is the gap between Donovan Iziraku? Is that
Iziraku? We're just gonna roll with
okay.
Iziraku.
We're gonna go with Donovan Iziraku versus a Femi Oladejo. For you, it's probably a wide margin, but on the Titans board, we've heard all along how they've really, really liked this guy.
Dude, it came out. Somebody somewhere had a Somebody somewhere had a source that the Titans were super high on Oladejo, enough to the point where they mocked him to the Titans at 35.
Yeah.
So I mean, this didn't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah. Since the Titans, yeah. I mean, I think we're pretty much caught up here. Benjamin Morrison, Anthony Belton, Trey Harris, Ozzie Trapilo, Tate Ratledge, Jack Besh, I think is the pick of the second round right now. One of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The Raiders. Mike Green to the Ravens, RJ Harvey, Trey Amos, and then Shamar Turner out of Texas A&M to the Chicago Bears.
It's another pick that's good for the Titans. Not somebody that I think would have been on their radar at all.
I agree there as well.
2 more picks in the second round.
I know.
And
Another
we're on to
Shamar. There's a
round
lot
2.
of Shamars. Joe brings up trait-wise, Femi is superior. Donovan is very, very polished. And I just keep coming back to how, Chad Brinker kind of let it slip that this is a trait-based team. Like, they want their traits. And I think that's when we go back and we look at this draft as a whole after tomorrow, and we go back and we start looking at these players and the traits, I think we're going to see a pattern, which is potentially like not the RAS Kings, but the certain traits that make them good to that position rather than just an athlete, I think is what's going to make them so special. Derek says at least Big Jeff is still a Titan. I was slightly worried about those trade reports. Those were shot down. Now, Will Levis, though, is he going to find a new home tonight?
How about that?
Still have to watch for that.
I will say the versatility of Oladejo. I didn't watch the UCLA defense enough to really pick up on the scheme similarities between what the Titans want to run, but I do think that Oladejo does have a unique skill set in this edge group with his experience as an off-ball linebacker, and I do think that for this defense that does do a lot of hybrid stuff where a lot of these guys are asked to do multiple things. I do think that the possibilities with a guy like Oladejo and his skill set are pretty intriguing, because I do think that he's a guy that is going to be dropped into coverage quite a bit.
And there goes another guy the Titans met with and a possible pick at 82. Omar Norman Lott goes to the Kansas City Chiefs as the rich get richer. That is a team that loves to get greedy at the defensive tackle position. Omar Norman Lott is a guy I would have really, really liked as a Titan if he was there at 82. He does not make it that far. And so the Titans miss out on yet another one there. He asked here in the question or in the comments, he's good against the run. Yeah. Like that is the upside of a guy like Femi Oladejo, right? His background as a middle linebacker is going to be really, really helpful here as this team decides to reinvent their edge room, right? What was the problem last year that kind of plagued this team? The inability to set the edge, especially towards the end when they started losing a lot of pieces, right? The edge position looked almost ineffective at times.
Yeah.
In some of the late games of the season. Femi Oladejo is a guy that, has to work on his pass rushing abilities, but from a run defense perspective, he's a guy that I think I really do trust to be able to be impactful at day one. The Snead pick is also coming, which I think will be interesting to talk about. Which I forgot about that. My big brain plan that is Kyle Williams to the Chiefs at that pick could potentially be coming up here. So Easton, good friend here, says that on the topic of Femi Oladejo's involvement in a faith-based group that at least one anonymous scout saw as a problem, he says by his Titan source, made a lot out of something small. They did their due diligence on this question, came away unbothered.
Yeah. There it is.
Tommy says, thanks, JT. I hate that. Well.
The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. Omar Norman Lott, by the way, to the Kansas City Chiefs is pretty disgusting.
It's gross.
I mean, how these teams, the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Ravens, this is how they're picking at the end of the round every year. They just seem to always stumble into a guy like this.
Which is frustrating, right?
Yeah.
because I would really like Omar Norman Lott. Chiefs keep pandering to Vols fans. Shrike says whatever it takes to get Knoll to 82. John Boy says, what if we see a right guard at 82? Is there like, is Charles Cross on the board there potentially at 82?
Charles Cross, the left tackle for the Seahawks?
Not sure. Who was I thinking of? Oh, God.
I
Charles
know.
Grant.
Charles
Sorry.
Grant. Yes.
My
Charles
bad.
Grant would
Charles
be on
Grant. I'm starting to get too many names.
Man, Jared Wilson's still available. Feels like a steal at this point, though. I guess this is about right. This range. So,
Ed Henry with a good comment. Can't wait to watch Femi blow past Dan Moore in camp. Lots of wide receivers still available as well.
Dude, Wyatt Milam is still available.
Yeah.
Marcus Bowe, which I've heard the M is silent. So my trusty Titans pronunciation guide.
Ellick is still there as well at 82.
Yeah.
I would love that pick.
Yeah, we're starting to get into like Jalen Rivers, Jackson Slater, Miles Frazier, Emory Jones. Like I feel like, man, I don't feel like we're too far from there being an offensive line run at this point. Tate Ratledge, the only offensive lineman.
Yeah, like him and Trapilo went there.
Trapilo, yeah.
We haven't heard anything. If we hurry now, we can sabotage Kyle Williams' draft stock and Photoshop him with a bong mask, says Wooddale.
There we go.
Good plan.
There we go.
Oh, my God.
Damn,
Eagles go with Andrew Makuba, safety out of Texas. Great pick. A guy I would have really liked for the Titans at 82. I liked them at 103. I never thought he was going to get to day 3. That is obviously the case as they take Andrew Makuba. All you need to do is watch his tape against Clemson to know that this guy is going to be a real stud at the next level, which looking at this, right, I'm starting to more and more think that like Xavier Watts at 82 could be a potential.
I think so too. I mean, the Titans met with him. We have the 30 visit curse, I guess. I don't know what's the opposite of a curse. The 30 visit trend going. I like Xavier Watts quite a bit. They need to think of a contingency plan at safety. I like Andrew Makuba quite a bit. And that's a really good fit with the Philadelphia Eagles, who now added him and Jahad Campbell to that defense, man. You want to talk about reload instead of rebuild? Howie Roseman's doing it with that defense.
Getting greedy at positions that they really need. Something that the Titans could do at the defensive tackle position, at running back, at right guard, at safety. Those are the all types of things. Savon Ravel falling like this.
Yeah.
Your take
Zaria
on that.
Thomas too. Yeah.
Zaria Thomas, yeah.
With Ravel, it just kind of makes me wonder if the injury concerns were a little more legitimate than we thought. There was some first round love for Savon Ravel.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
To see him fall this far is a surprise. Man, we're back around in the third, and now we've got some more of these quarterback needy teams coming up. The Browns are up again. The Raiders are up again. Do you feel like this is kind of the final stretch for Shedeur Sanders to go? Like if he doesn't go in this next little run, oh boy.
We might see a trade up, but yeah, I think that's where we are right now. I think it starts to put us, if we don't see that, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if you start to feel like get out of your seat a little bit and be like, is a Will Levis trade coming potentially? Because that would tell you that these teams do not like Shedeur Sanders. They don't like Kyle McCord. They don't like Will Howard at this spot. Go get yourself in the late back half of the third round a Will Levis, a guy who's a more known quantity, Jalen Milroe as well. I forgot. A known quantity in the NFL who you can fix. That's where I stand on a guy like Will Levis. Certainly he's had his moments and we've all lived through them. However, he has the NFL experience. And I think that may be more important to some teams than taking a Shedeur Sanders and what that may bring, or taking a Jalen Milroe and having to develop him from the ground up.
resetting the board here, my top 5 available would be Shador Sanders, Savon Ravel, Azarie Thomas, Landon Jackson, and Darian Porter, with Jared Wilson, Dylan Sampson, Darius Alexander, Kyle Williams, and Xavier Watts rounding out my best 10 available at the moment.
Yeah. It's a good list. There's still some really good players that I like here.
Yeah, and
on the board.
Man, I'm telling you, we're at pick 65 now, so that means we're 17 away from the Titans picking again. So around that part, I have, well, there's Savion Williams, who is 13th best available on my board. Jalen Noel, 15th best. You're looking at Malachi Moore at safety. Jacob Parrish, a name we haven't talked about yet, cornerback. Curious about Wyatt Milam, if, not a guy that they met with. I don't think he had a particularly good Senior Bowl. I think his tape is okay. I kind of felt like he was a little overrated as a prospect. But then you're looking at a lot of these edge guys.
And so the Giants, with the first pick in the 3rd round here, go Darius Alexander.
Well, all right then.
Toledo. He's
take
a guy
him off the board.
Yeah, you got to take him off the board here. Stoney, Tommy says, Stoney, I'm surprised you're high on Jackson. Wasn't his Senior Bowl practice uninspiring?
I don't think he had a great Senior Bowl. I think he had a great combine. I think he tested a lot better than people thought. I think he's underrated because his tape just isn't really that sexy. I mean, I don't see him as a guy that has a ton of, splash plays where you're just like, holy shit, he's dominating, right? Like you watch some Mike Green tape and it's like he is Bill Goldberg spearing people out of their wrestling boots. I don't think you saw that a lot with Landon Jackson, but the more I watched him, I started kind of like, he is what he is. He's just a power rusher, doesn't have a whole lot of bend. But the more I watched of him, like by the time I got through my tape study on him, I was like, I'm just gonna be honest here. Like, he's a good player. He's a good player, and he's a reliable guy, good speed to power. He goes to the combine, puts the numbers up that he does. Go back and revisit the tape after that, and you start to see those traits kind of showing up in situations, burst off of the line, hand fighting, the coordination. He had some really good reps against Will Campbell, LSU's left tackle that went to the Patriots 4th overall last night, where you see him kind of hand fighting without stopping the feet, like really coordinated, kind of a guy that's just like set into the ground. It's not like he's not wobbly. He's just a straight line, steady kind of guy. And I thought, Ashton Gelati, there we go.
I was gonna say I didn't want to cut you off because you were going on a rant there, but with the Titans pick that they got Snead for, the Chiefs double up on the front of the defensive line. Go Ashton Gelati out of Louisville. The Cleveland pick is already in, and there we go. We can see Tennessee on the bottom of the board there. So we are coming back up here. Let's get to some of these questions as well in the chat. Ashton Gelati for Snead, fair trade, lol, knees and all. Derek says he's cool with it. Yep, it didn't happen with JT with Williams, thank goodness, because I did not want to face that music. Tommy says good enough for him. Femi gonna murder quarterbacks that don't profess Jesus.
Yeah,
looks like a Chief. This is gonna hurt Deion's recruiting. Derek said he didn't want him, so he's cool with it. Giolotti, the best a man can get. If only
that's good. Yeah.
Shrike says, hey, Stoney, are Turtles nature's D student, as Stewie Griffin claims? Derek says, Femi plays hard. Coach Will says, Kuiper check. We do need a check-in on Mel
we
Kiper.
do. Yeah, we do.
Wooddale saying, hearing that Femi also showed up a lot at the Senior Bowl. I might go back tonight. I'm going to go back tonight, and I'm going to post a cut up of his Senior Bowl because it was really impressive. Let's see. Jalen Ramsey is still a Dolphin. Jacob also saying no veteran trades so far tonight. Will those happen tomorrow? I think they could happen anytime now. We heard about potentially George Pickens getting moved, Jalen Ramsey getting moved. Like we said, is Will Levis on the move? As Joe says, the arm strength is what they're looking for, the traits of a Will Levis. Zedine taking Will Levis or Shadur Sanders? That is the question right now on the board for many of these teams, hopefully. Shrike says, damn it, Stoney, you just ignored it. Imagine Stephanie Tanner yelling how rude at you.
I've imagined that.
Lucy says, Femi at least as good as Landry was. I would say Landry, I mean, I don't, the speed to power is similar at the beginning, I feel like.
I mean, if you're talking like 2025 Landry, yeah, I'm going to take Oladipo over that version of Harold Landry.
Are you taking rookie year Landry over Oladipo?
I don't know, because that was before I was really like scouting, so I don't have an eval of Harold Landry to pull from. I don't know. That's a tough call.
Because certainly Landry's best years came in the third and fourth potential area, like third and fourth years of his first contract than his first two.
I feel like Derek's take is right. I feel like Landry was more polished coming out of Boston College, but Femi has a lot more potential. I feel like that's how I felt back in 2018, but listen, it's been a lot of beers since then, so you give me a break for not just remembering my feelings on Boston College Harold Landry right off the bat.
Wooddale says it bothers me that the Texans are consistently 1 to 2 picks ahead of us every round. I'm mad no one could get Herndon on a stream.
Low key, the Texans have made a couple of really good picks tonight.
They have. They've gone with, let me look at what they've gone with.
Oh shit, I gotta update my board.
They've gone with Jaden Higgins and Ariante Ursary so far tonight.
Why my tracker ain't updating automatically.
So the Browns are now back on the clock here.
So who did the Giants take? Did I miss that?
Darius Alexander.
And I took him off the board. And then the Chiefs just took Ashton Gelati, who I apparently already took off the board too.
And Cleveland goes with Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end out of Bowling Green. One of the most interesting.
He is interesting.
One of the most interesting prospects in this class, because when you look at what he did at Bowling Green, you'd think that this guy is a first-round prospect. But then, is it really the competition he's playing? Does he have the skills to translate at the next level? Is his size a concern? Those are the type of things here that I think are a question.
He's an interesting prospect, JT, because the level of competition concerns, I hear him, but they played I can't remember if it was Mississippi State or Texas A&M, one of the maroon teams in the SEC. And I know they played Penn State, and the Penn State tape was really good. And the issue with Fannin, he's kind of a tweener, right? Like he's kind of slow, too slow to be a slot wide receiver, but he might not be big enough to play tight end. So you don't really know what to do with him. But I think he's a pretty versatile guy that can line up in multiple spots. I think he's a menace up the seam. Connor Bazelak had some dimes to him. Good at the catch point kind of guy. I think this is a dude that can add some juice to the passing game. I think it's really interesting because he has this reputation as just this awful blocker. And it's not consistent, but the way I would describe it is that you would watch like 6 reps in a row where he's either not blocking or the blocking is not adequate. And then on that 7th rep, for whatever reason, he wakes up and just cleans somebody's clock as a blocker. So there may be potential to develop there as a blocker. I think he's a little bit better than people are giving him credit for, though.
And the Raiders look to be making the pick as they go with Darian Porter, cornerback out of Iowa State. Another guy that you really liked. 6'2" and 7/8, 195 pounds. One of your favorite corners, again, in this class. You had him in your top 10 of the big board, still available, correct?
Yeah, and he was a red player for me. He was 39th overall on my board. Cornerback out of Iowa State. He was CB7 in this class for me. Had a hard time really finding something to nitpick about the guy. I think he's, a little more fluid than snappy. I think you see him get washed out against the run sometimes, but otherwise, I think there's a lot to like about his game. He's the ideal combo of length and frame to play in man situations. He didn't always press or anything like that, but like I always say, just because he didn't doesn't mean that he can't. True mirror type of guy. He's patient off the line, works with clean feet, well-timed hips to keep the receiver in front of him. And when they try to push through, he'll attack the shoulders to get them out of whack. Really savvy guy, good athlete, good testing, really complete cornerback prospect. This is a really good draft for the Raiders at this point.
I was gonna say, are they draft. If you had to take a guess, who's winning right now?
Oh boy, that's a tough one. I would have to sit down, but I would have to sit down for that. So I'm not sitting down right now. I feel like the Raiders have done pretty well. I look at what the Eagles have done through 2 picks, what the Ravens have done through 2 picks.
Yeah.
What the Chiefs have done with their picks as well. But I do like what the Raiders have done quite a bit.
Bustin Diamond says, how should I feel about Femi?
Obafemi, the wrestler?
Is that a wrestler?
It is. Obafemi rules. Obafemi is a fantastic. He's the future of the business, baby.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's good. The Cardinals. Oh, man, Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. That's a pair.
We are waiting for the New England Patriots pick to come in. He said, Stoney, all I could think about when the guy got drafted. Should the Steelers draft Shedeur if he's there? I think so.
I would have taken Shedeur at 21 if I was the Steelers. What do I know?
Patriots pick is in here.
I really liked the Jahdae Barron pick for the Broncos, but they follow it up with RJ Harvey.
Patriots take Kyle Williams here at pick 69. Man,
there he goes.
That's tough.
There he goes.
One of my favorite wide receivers in this class. As Zach says, LMAO, Pat's got us. He was a guy that
cooked ourselves.
We cooked ourselves. That's what she said. Stoney, everybody's
sad.
Yeah, let's get our feelings out here, because the connection with Cam definitely drove a lot of the pick, but on the player himself, I really liked. He was a standout at the Senior Bowl for me. Some of his tape is just absolutely insane here at the Senior Bowl. This is a guy that I think is probably the best press man beater in the entire draft class. Size is a little bit of a concern, but he has the separation to, play with the best of them downfield. I love how he gets off the line of scrimmage. I thought, if it wasn't for Tyler Lockett, this is a guy, obviously 5'10", 190, runs a 4.40. This is a guy that I really would have liked the Titans to target, and unfortunately he does not make it there. So Noel, Royals, Ayo Manor, those are the type of guys that I think could be in play if the Titans do go wide receiver. Xavier Restrepo reach incoming, I fear. I've heard, I don't know about you, Stoney, but I've heard in the past couple of days before the draft that Xavier Restrepo may be a 5th, 6th round type of guy. I mean, that 4.8 40, regardless of the excuse, is just one that's going to push him down the board and make him close to late day 3.
Well, hey, I mean,
my God,
we were talking about it earlier.
Oh my God, Stoney,
this is a traits-based drafting team, so Restrepo doesn't.
Stoney,
have
look at your TV. They hit the Pentagon.
No.
They hit the Pentagon. Oh my God. Isaac Tesla to the Detroit Lions at 70.
Yeah. I
Wow.
knew he was going to go a lot higher.
They hit the Pentagon. They hit it. They did it.
Dog, that sucks, man. I'm going to fucking shoot myself on the stream.
We kept talking about him over Noel too, which is crazy.
Hey, listen, I had him rated pretty highly on my board.
Did they trade up? They did. They traded up to 70.
Dude,
a 2026, two 2026 third-round picks.
Yeah.
Three third-round picks, 102, two 2026 thirds.
Yeah.
To come up and get Isaac Tesla.
I'm telling you, dude.
My God.
He is
wide receiver run about to start. Stokely says, fuck, this team is allergic to wide receivers. Insane. I'm reeling. Trade Levis for 71 right now. Jackson may be there. Shut the fuck up next time. Zach is crying.
Yeah,
wide receiver going on the board.
This is bad.
The secret.
This is bad. I want to
falling to my knees in a Walmart right now. You want to go? With the NFL Network's at a break. We need to take. We're going to take a break here as we mourn the depth.
I need to
the
scream.
Depth of the Isaac Tesla dream.
I'm gonna like chug a Monster Energy and punch a hole in my wall. It's
his fault. It's his fault.
This fucking sucks so. Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna need another beer.
All right, we'll be right back, and we will be back here taking you through the Titans pick and the rest of the third round. We're going to recoup, console ourselves, pick ourselves back up, and John Boy Oladejo will never live this down. Tyler Grantham says, "What happened? Death is what."
Kyle
happened.
Williams, Isaac Tesla, back to back. 10 picks ahead of the Titans, 12 picks ahead of the Titans.
All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us. This is the second and third round live draft stream here on the Hot Read podcast, brought to you by M.L.Rose Sinkers Beverages. Hey, while we're at break, if you want to join our giveaway for an M.L.Rose gift card, and then also the giveaway for Stoney, one of Stoney's poetry books, where he's going to be writing the second iteration tonight after mourning the death of Isaac Tesla. Make sure that you subscribe to the 440 Sports YouTube channel, like the stream, and type Thanos in the chat to know that so that we know you did that. All right, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The Hot Read podcast is proudly presented by M.L.Rose Craft Beer and Burgers. With 7 locations across Nashville and an 8th on the way, you're sure to be near the best selection of beers and burgers in the city. From their shareables like the Nashville Hot Cheese Curds to the wide selection of craft burgers and other sandwiches, you simply can't go wrong. Try April's Burger of the Month, the Thick Boy Burger, at any of their 7 locations. Capitol View, Franklin, Gallatin, Melrose 8th Avenue, Mount Juliet, Sylvan Park, and tell them that the Hot Read podcast sent you.
All right, we're back.
Did
Vernon
we do this, JT?
What?
Did we do this?
We did.
We tipped
I
the
didn't.
Detroit Lions off with our stupid bit that the Titans were impressed with Isaac TeSlaa. My God. I am so distraught right now.
It's over. Cam is screwed. I was riding so high. Shove the burgers from M.L.Rose up my butt until I die.
Let's do it, Zach. You and me both. We can do it to each other.
The Hot Read Podcast is brought to you by depression and
Amen,
sadness.
Derek.
Vernon Broughton went to the
Drink
Saints,
to that.
if you care.
Vernon Broughton, that might be the first player drafted that wasn't in the Stack in the Inbox draft guide, unless Zach might have written about him.
Interesting. Zach says he's told Stoney
he did.
He had an uneasy feeling. We all knew we traded back too far. Might as well draft Shiloh. We need a eulogy.
I'm gonna forget Mel Kiper ripping his hair out. I'm about to do it.
Blame Rand. He traded the 3rd round pick. Cam gonna hold out. We are cooked. I should have written a meditation for this. It's over. My fault. Femi better be able to play receiver. The Oilers are officially dead, and so is the TeSlaa dream. And Landon Jackson goes to the Buffalo Bills.
Damn, that's
We are.
The Bills, man, they're building an ass beater.
Yeah, I like it. Chat meltdown is right.
Yeah, we're fighting for our lives here.
Did you see Easton post the picture of you diving through the
me through a lobster tank?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go to Walmart.
What is the You're gonna what?
I'm gonna go to Walmart. I'm gonna find the lobster tank and I'm gonna bury my face through it. I don't even remember what that bit is from.
I have no idea either. Thank you, Jacob. Rand Carthon of CBS Sports gave us a B for Femi Oladejo.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh man. Okay, I got to catch up on my board here.
We have to. So while we were gone, or right before that, Kyle Williams goes to the Patriots. Isaac TeSlaa. The Lions trade 3 third-round picks to move up to 70 to take Isaac TeSlaa. Vernon Broughton goes to the Saints. Landon Jackson goes to the Bills. And Azareye'h Thomas just went to the New York Jets. A lot of players that we were like, this could be a fine player for the Titans, like that we'd like at 82. They're starting to come off the board, and I feel very similar to where we were last night at the end of round 1. Right, like I was feeling so good, and now the players that we want are really starting to come off the board, and I'm starting to lose a little bit of hope. Zach says, "Oh, we are cooked with that grade from Rand Carthon. Rand would rate him too high. Stay strong." I only have 2 more teams in front of us that could go wide receiver. If I'm looking at it, I see San Francisco that could go wide receiver. I could see Denver going wide receiver. I could see Dallas going wide receiver. Arizona, Houston. Well, Houston took Jaden Higgins. Yeah, so maybe 4.
Listen,
Lobster tank suicide is low-key tough.
Thank you, John Boy. Thank you, John Boy. We're about to see it at the Mount Juliet Walmart later. I do have a silver lining, though. This is going to comfort everybody. That while everybody, I just double-checked my big board. I'm going to take a victory lap here because while everybody was calling Isaac TeSlaa a day 3 guy, I had him at 73 on my big board.
There you go.
So I'm going to take that as a win.
Let's cancel the rest of the night and get a redo. A lot of eyes going to be on Femi because of Isaac.
It is, man.
Doing.
We're not going to let it go. I
still love Femi, and I'm not going to blame him, but this is really bad. Nah, it's a good trade. We need bodies. Just trade everything for next year's picks.
Trade the rest of the picks in this draft to Detroit for Isaac TeSlaa.
That's fair.
That's
agree.
The plan. Yeah. Let's bring the lobster
Let's
tank.
go back. We are down bad after that Rand B, not the Chef Rand blessing. We're going to be shitting blood after that dish.
Oh my God. Oh boy.
Oh
Hey,
my God.
our old buddy Fish Spit is back.
Oh, where do you have Tez Johnson?
We're down bad. This is the ultimate coat. We're like, oh, what about Tez
What about
Johnson?
Tez Johnson?
I was
Welcome
pretty
back.
low.
Hey, we hope to see you tomorrow, Fish Spit, on
Yeah.
the second iteration of the Day 3 chat. That'd be great.
I was lower than the consensus on Tez Johnson. I've got him at 144 overall. He is my 21st ranked wide receiver.
So Zach, co-host of Cover 2 with Zach Lyons and Blaine Bishop, just said, Callie on Titans Radio hinted at running back while talking about 4.5 sacks. We're gonna
be Caleb Johnson, and you're just gonna see. Never mind. I'm not gonna make,
on the bright side, JT's mic situation is so much better tonight. Thank you, Jacob. Why doesn't this draft have a restart button like all the why can't this be like all of the Madden drafts I do all the time, where if I don't get the player I like, I just restart.
Yeah,
Fish Spit is back for the morale boost. Bobblehead Tez Johnson. How far away are we? We are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 picks away.
8 picks away. I completely forgot the Titans were even picking. I'm in a phone booth.
Isaiah Bond is our only option now. If Isaiah Bond is even on their board, I would be remotely surprised. You don't cancel a top 30 visit with a player and keep them on your board, in my opinion. And Zach just said something. Oh, he meant just for like right now. He said, "It's what happens when you take the caffeine. The come down is crazy."
It is. We like this. I feel like this is what hard drug usage is like. What Zach and I have been through today.
This is MDMA.
It's like we were like grunting in the studio, and now we're just like dead.
This is totally a rebuild, and best player available is bullshit. Mayo Man to the rescue, getting us a 3rd round pick would be nice. Let's go get Dylan Sampson. Just kill me now. I'm taking a screenshot of that one again too. That's good. Oh boy. That really, man, that put a damper in our.
It's okay, guys. Savion Williams is still out there.
I would not like that.
I'm kind of feeling what Zach's putting down.
That they're gonna draft a Humanor?
Yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah's top 2 best available: Sanders, Noel, Caleb Johnson, Noel Williams, Jared Wilson, Kevin Winston Jr., Miles Frazier, Xavier Watts, Jordan Birch, Dylan Sampson. I feel like the Pope died. Zach says they're gonna force me to cancel tomorrow. Gia just says cancel. That's it. Gia swallows.
I get it. I was gonna say, glad you didn't say the last name on that one.
I get it. Oh shit.
To go back to our question from earlier, I really like what the Colts have done, adding Tyler Warren and JT Tuimoloau.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the 3rd round. I got to update my big board here.
Yeah, what is the best available for Stoney's big board here?
Let's see. Did I take
Pat Bryant goes to the Denver Broncos?
Hey, that means the Titans can't take him. We're back on, boys. We're back on.
We're back. The Titans took bath salts on day 1 and then ate our faces by trading down, and now we're starting to feel it. Nice transition, boys. Thank you. Good to see you, Hurricane Lou.
Hurricane Lou's here. Shout out Hurricane Lou. Thank you for coming.
Do you think it's appropriate to compliment a rival while we're crashing out, Stoney?
Probably not. My bad, guys.
Yeah, what are the top the chat is going wild. What are the best available options for the Titans here at 82?
Hang on, let me take the 60th best available option on my board, Pat Bryant, off of it. I was not a Pat Bryant guy. Best available. Ben
Pedigo says, I've switched to brown liquor. It's when you know things are getting bad. All over Isaac Tisla.
Let's go Shedeur Sanders, Savon Ravel still there. Jared Wilson, Dylan Sampson, GBO, Xavier Watts, Alec Ayumanner, cornerback Jacob Parrish, a sneaky name we haven't talked about a lot, Savion Williams, edge Savion Jones. I didn't realize I had back-to-back Savions on my big board. Big fan of Savion Jones. And then at 10, I've got Jalen Knoll.
Well, the Titans get a little bit lucky because 49ers go with Nick Martin out of Oklahoma State.
Fuck yeah. Good for Nick Martin, man. He was underrated.
Pearls are being clutched right now. Jalen Knoll, Dylan. Somebody sacrifice something to Athena at the Parthenon. We got to get the God of Wisdom on our side. Femi might burn us, though.
Yeah.
Darren saying, this is the most miserable he's been, but also the most fun I've had this entire draft. Good. We're glad you're here with us because it's time. Oh, no, not Nick Martin. People are getting...
We're on one tonight.
Stokely, gotta be walking in on your grandmother taking a shit during Thanksgiving levels of awkward at that Shadur watch party right now. Oh my god.
Hang on. Can we talk about Nick Martin for a second? Because
Sure.
this guy just went in the 3rd round that some people said wouldn't even get drafted. And I like him. I know our buddy Drew told me, I think it was Drew, it might have been somebody else, that Jaquindon Jackson, the big back out of Arkansas, like shattered Nick Martin's jaw in a game. I get it, but I thought he had a really good Senior Bowl. It's like I always say, these drills where you're lining up one-on-one, a linebacker and a running back, they favor the running backs in those situations in coverage, but Nick Martin held his own in those drills. And I thought that he was a really underrated prospect in this draft. I didn't get to finish my tape study on him, so he's not in the Stack in the Inbox draft guide, but I watched him at the Senior Bowl. I watched one of his games against, it's in my notes somewhere. I thought he was a really underrated linebacking prospect.
So the Cowboys, Savon Ravel.
There he goes, man. That's a steal for them.
Having a nice little bounce back day, too, after taking Tyler Booker. They come back today and take Donovan Ezeraku and Savon Ravel here. 2 guys who I think can be impact players for them day one. It's not a wide receiver, though, so it's nice for the Titans.
What am I wrong about, Jacob? Jacob said I was wrong. I don't know what I'm wrong about. My Nick Martin evaluation?
A trade is happening with... Oh, so Panthers are coming up once again to... Let's see what this trade is as Ian Rappaport is on my screen trying to tell me the trade. I cannot see the trade, though.
Jerry Jones got the dance moves tonight.
He's feeling himself.
He is feeling it. You don't like the Tyler Booker pick?
I think it's a reach.
Oh. Never too early to take a thick-assed road grading guard, as I always say.
It's words to live by for some people.
I missed the Forrest Whitaker eye from Nick Martin's eval.
Zach says you think that's a reach, but not Femi. Yeah. Yeah. Princely
Uman-Mielen. 0 sacks.
Princely Uman-Mielen goes to the Carolina Panthers.
Okay. So. The Titans can't draft him either.
Eddie says, guys, Kuiper might be dead. Forgot about Princely. Yeah.
A lot of us did, Paul. Don't worry. So let's take Uman-Mielen off the board. Savon Ravel is my last red player to go. Dylan Sampson would be an interesting choice. I don't know that he's necessarily a scheme fit for the Titans.
Zach says the Titans chose 4.5 sack Femi over actually edge rusher Princely.
Princely Umamielen had 10.5 sacks.
He's crashing out. Zach is crashing out right now. No running backs. Fuck Caleb Johnson. Not in that order. Quincy Riley incoming right here. He is crashing out. You are crashing out. Derek doing the one meme of the guy standing at the front of the line with all the people in the back in like the courtroom saying Femi is a good player.
I think Femi is a good player. I don't disagree with that, Derek. That's not again, the message I'm trying to convey is that I think you probably could have had him a little later. Uh-oh. Here we go. We got a Cream Queen of the Week reference in the chat. Now we've checked all the boxes at this point.
The Brady Breeze Cream Queen of the Week. Oh, my God.
But at least we got Cam Ward.
This is true. Take your next hit of caffeine tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm hearing that wobbling noise again. Is that just me? Is this like my stress, my trauma response to Kyle Williams and Isaac Tesla going back to back?
Maybe. I'm trying not to.
One round.
I'm not. One round for every sack he got.
Oh, man.
Want some first rounders for 4 sacks.
Oh, boy.
Won the draft. Oh, no. F the Texans. At least we have a 3rd round pick. Stoney coming unraveled. There are things happening right now.
Yeah, there really are.
Let's be back. That's me. It's probably me. I'm sorry. I'm typing. Zach says, Titans suck. Fuck the Cardinals. So they did something.
I got a message from my boy John. John said, bro, Nick Martin in the 3rd. Holy shit. I like how like we're still talking about Nick Martin. And I'm like, good for Nick Martin. Get me to tomorrow.
Take M.L.Rose.
Oh, we just got a DM from Easton. Oh, I got to stay off Twitter at this point. It's going to get spoiled for me.
What do we get?
It just said fuck. So we got a lot of people. We're crashing out, man. The night has gotten away from us at this point. Now Derek's threatening to fight people in the chat. Oh, boy.
F the Texans. This serves them right. Always a good draft when fuck is just getting tossed around. Stoney, did you let the goat in your house?
There's not a goat in my house, no.
Derek says he'll fight you.
We still don't know who the Cardinals
lie
pick.
About being patient. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah,
Eddie says, fuck the Titans. Hope Coco Melon burns in hell if we don't nail this. Stoney, let me.
Oh, yeah. Black Phillip. Yeah. Wouldst thou like to live deliciously?
Why are we yelling? I don't know yet. I think we'll figure out here in a second. The Cardinals go with Jordan Birch.
Oh, my God. The Cardinals
78.
drafted Roy Lopez. Holy shit.
Who?
Roy Lopez.
Who is? Is this the guy announcing the pick?
No, that they were showing.
Oh, sorry.
Fuck the losses.
Texan.
Jordan Birch can go wherever the hell he wants to go to. I'm fine with that. Cam Ward hype video is the only thing that can save this. Should we just play the Cam Ward highlights again?
Yeah, I'll bring them back up. Give me 2 seconds.
The Texans pick is trickling in. I just saw someone jump in the lobster tank.
We're fully off the rails. It's time. Well,
Brother, we've been at it for 3.5 hours almost. And we got to do this. We got to wake up and do this again tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Which reminds me, need to do a little preventative maintenance here.
Let's do me and Stoney. Yeah, got to get the honey. As Stoney drowns in his honey, let's retweet the show. Let's like the show. Make sure we are getting as many Titans fans in here to be part of our misery that is about to happen. I'm assuming. What?
I just had the pick spoiled for me. I saw who the Texans take.
No! Jalen, God damn it. God damn it.
You better be careful. Femi Oladejo is going to hear you.
No Jalen Knoll, no Kyle Williams, no Isaac Tisla. That, man. I mean, you talk about my favorite. You talk about a player that I absolutely love as a fit for the Titans. Jalen Knoll was one of my favorite players this entire draft cycle. Like, man, that's tough. I mean, you just look at some of the tape from his ability to get off and just play way outside of his size. This is against Azareye'h Thomas, by the way. Like, just able to push off of him. Like, his ability to find space in the middle of the field is just so impressive. And I'm really sad that he is not a Titan.
Can I interest anybody in Jack Sawyer at this point?
Oh, please don't.
Let's see. I thought there was, Tyler asked me what I thought about Savion Williams. I like him. JT is really down on him. I think he's a physical specimen. I think he's one of the most versatile, underutilized players in this class. I think he's an athlete. He's explosive. You talk about drafting traits. This guy has the traits. So I would be okay with him. Just get him in there and figure out how to use him.
The Colts go Justin Wally out of Minnesota.
Okay. That is
I have no idea who
wow.
that is. I don't know who that is.
Wow. Okay.
So we just lost 3 of our favorite wide receiver targets in 10 picks before the Titans. We have suicide by Lawford.
Way. Bucky just caught the fly. Good boy. I'm sorry, JT. Go ahead.
Worst part is we got to see Knoll twice a year. You have to see Travis Hunter twice a year. You have to see Tyler Warren twice a year. You have to see JTT twice a year. You have to see Ariante Ursary twice a year. A lot of good players. Certified but bust Jonathan Taylor just announced Justin Wally. Suicide watch on a high. Stokely says, fuck it. Is Bucky draft eligible? Knowles would have been nails here, but they needed to replace Tank Dell. That's fair. He's going to be absolute stud there. Derek says, I'll be back soon. I'm muting the stream while the Titans pick, so you don't spoil it. Need speed. We're going guard, aren't we? I like Savion. He definitely can't play offense. Oh, he definitely can't play defense. I'm apparently an asshat somehow.
Who calls you an asshat?
Tyler Grantham.
Damn. Tough scene.
It's tough scene. Titans incompetence continues. Doesn't matter who is running the front office. Doesn't matter who's coaching. Doesn't matter who the owner is. Absolute incompetence. Okay. So the Titans are on the clock. Bengals selected Dylan Fairchild, guard out of Georgia.
Oh, the Georgia kid, yeah.
So, Stoney, can you run us through who your top players on the board is?
Shador Sanders, Jared Wilson, Dylan Sampson, Xavier Watts, Alec Ayumanor, Jacob Parrish, Savion Williams, Savion Jones, Wyatt Milam, and another name we're saying for the first time, JT. Could I interest you in a linebacker, Barrett Carter? Oh, boy. We've got some more crash out going.
PK a hoe. This fucking team, Zach says, wow, at Ida. How's the trading back into the third round doing? I am here, boys. Dude, who the fuck? Zach says you didn't name him. I was going to go Xavier Watts. I really like Xavier Watts. But it looks like that will not be it if he's going to say this. Waited this long. Wow. Listen, guys, we do not know who the pick is right now, so don't even bother, Stoney.
No, I'm bothering. I am bothering. I'm looking right now.
Titans on the clock.
Are you what? Oh.
I don't know who it is still.
Okay. Oh my God.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. So I've just seen it. I will not tip it for the sake of doing it. However, I will get ready to talk about him. Poor Stoney. Worse than the Femi reaction. Air sucked out of the room. See you guys at the lobster tank. Gross. Well, I guess no one likes it. Stoney having a genuine crash out. Great draft by the Titans. This is gross. This round has been... I saw it, and neither do I. Great draft by the Titans so far. I think that is a sarcastic...
My bad.
What?
Oh, I thought you stopped because you heard that.
Oh, no. So...
We're gonna have to go to the beast, JT. I didn't evaluate this player.
I got it already pulled up. Do we just want to?
Okay.
Do we want to go in? It seems like everyone in the chat except us have talked about it. So the Titans are taking Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State. Apparently, he is 39th on James Foster's big board. He is the fourth safety on Dane Brugler's The Beast board here. Behind, notably, Xavier Watts, who they brought in on a visit. Here's what we have with Xavier Watts. Should I just go over strengths? Okay, let's do the summary on. So, Xavier Watts, 20. So, or not Xavier Watts. Sorry, Kevin Winston.
I was about to say they did not.
They did. I wish they took Xavier Watts instead. Kevin Winston, 21 years old, 6'1", 213. Looking at his measurables here, 33 1/8 arms, 79 3/4 wingspan, a 4'5", 140. Did not participate in any of the other drills. He left the 2024. So hold on, let me see. We'll start here at in the Beast. A 4-star recruit, Winston was the 28th ranked safety in the 2022 recruiting class and the number 8 recruit in Maryland. He received an offer from his home state, Maryland, during his freshman year, and later added offers from Boston College, Michigan State, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Pittsburgh, South Carolina, Syracuse, and Tennessee. He had his heart set on playing for Penn State. However, after participating in the LeVar Arlington A11 All-Star Bowl in 2018, Winston picked up an offer from head coach James Franklin in May 2020 and narrowed his choice down to Maryland or Penn State before officially committing to Franklin the summer before his senior year. He was the 14th ranked recruit in the Nittany Lions 2022 class. Despite suffering a season-ending injury early in the 2024 season, Winston elected to skip his senior season and enter the NFL draft. Summary: a one-year starter at Penn State, Winston was the boundary safety high and low in former Nittany Lion defensive coordinator Tom Allen's 4-2-5 base scheme. He became a starter as a sophomore and put himself on the NFL map before a knee injury wiped out his 2024 season. That injury complicates his draft evaluation. A standout run defender, Winston is quick to trigger, deliver pop at contact, and stay balanced in his finishing technique to avoid misses. His coverage reads are inconsistent, especially from depth, but he offers man cover skills versus tight ends in big slots. Overall, Winston is still green in the way he diagnoses play development, but the tools are there for him to eventually become a quality NFL starter if he's given a specific role and allowed to grow into the scheme. Rush should be expected during his rookie season. All right. Once again, and the pick immediately after the Titans is Caleb Johnson, so we don't have to worry about him.
Whew, we dodged that bullet.
Kevin, once again, from that last line, it looks like we're subscribing to this motto of this is a draft for this player to develop 2 to 3 years down the road. He did not play in 2024. Yeah. Looks like from a coverage perspective, he is not the most savvy, the most sound, pro-ready type of guy. Looks like he is a better run defender than he is, as a pass defender, of reading the coverage and understanding his job. However, it's hard to evaluate a guy who missed his entire 2024 season, and it certainly goes off into a direction that we have not seen the Titans go. Specifically, when we talk about a team that has wanted to stay away from massive injury concerns with their players, Kevin Winston is a player that does not exactly meet that mark.
Yeah, we got pretty late into our process on the Stacking the Inbox draft guide, and Kevin Winston Jr. was one of those players that was outstanding at the 11th hour because I just didn't watch a whole lot of the Penn State defense because outside of Abdul Carter, just didn't really get around to it. And I kind of looked at it and I thought, looks like a pretty good player, but I'm just going to skip him on this draft guide because he only played in like 2 or 3 games in 2024. And there's no way the Titans are going to pick him with such injury questions. And now I'm sitting here with fucking egg on my face. I should have made time for the Kevin Winston Jr. tape.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough one considering he did not play a lot in this last season. We go back to the beast, and look when you go and look at the strengths of him. Put together athlete who carries 215 pounds well. Flashes burst to close on ball carriers, and when recovering in coverage, reacts quickly when he keys correctly. Equally explosive and violent as tackler without sacrificing finishing form. Above average balance through contact to get his man on the ground. Takes a contact well to leverage runs towards the sidelines. Reads hands and eyes of receivers with his back to the ball for late breakups in man coverage. Wasn't penalized during 3 college seasons. Experienced on every special teams coverage, 5 career tackles, voted a team captain in 2024, and remained on the sideline for every home game despite season-ending injury. Former Penn State defensive coordinator Tom Allen, he sets high standards and elevates everyone around him. So those are the positives for him, right? Yeah. Weaknesses. Only 1 year of starting experience, which is reflected in his play recognition. Easily sucked up on play action pass, and offenses know it. Zone instincts are average at best. Questionable redirect and range from depth. Only 1 career interception, and it was the result of coverage disguise. Allowed only 2 catches in 2 games played in 2024, but both went for more than 25 yards. Felt a tweak in left knee in practice after 2024 season opener and tried to play through it the next week, but he pulled himself out after 1 quarter because it continued to bother him. MRI the next day revealed a partially torn ACL that required season-ending surgery.
Yeah, so the vibes on him were I see some people mention it in the chat. Like, this was a fringe first round guy without the injury concerns. And the Chiefs just took one of my favorite players in this class, Noel Williams. Yeah, the cornerback out of Cal. Dude, oh God, the Chiefs are just crushing it, man. It's so disgusting.
Kevin Winston Jr. From Billy M_91, someone who watches a lot of tape on this draft, on a lot of these guys in draft class, is going to be a bargain. Instant play reaction, pursuit angles, and reads out plays from depth. So positives, right? This is a guy who's probably not. It's probably good you have a Xavier Woods, and you're not looking for a immediate plug and play.
Yeah, safety. For sure.
This is a guy who can develop. If you're looking along the lines of the same strategy they're using with Femi Oladejo, Kevin Winston is another. Yeah, let's get excited a little bit for this guy. Let's spin it a little bit the other way here.
Okay.
Zach said, I'm sorry. I thought Zach was going to have something positive to say in the chat. And then he said, I am positive the Titans hate Cam, and he's positive that Femi stinks. This is, once again, if we are looking down the road at next year, year 2, year 3, Kevin Winston seems like a guy who could develop really well into that Denard Wilson scheme.
Sure.
Tyler Grantham says Hooker's contract expiring at the end of the year, right? This is a guy who I think once again is a bet on the season after this year. It's the year after the year.
Well, I mean, you think about the theme of this draft so far, it's the future. Like you've said a couple of times, like 2 to 3 years down the road, they are approaching this draft like they don't have needs right away. Like they are approaching it. They're just getting solid foundational pieces to build around.
Yeah, I agree. If anything, it really just plays into that fact that this is a team that's building for the future and doesn't really care that much about winning in 2025.
Yep. So let's see. How many more picks do we have?
We're at 86. We go to 102. So 16.
Okay. Yeah. So there we go. All right.
Sorry, I'm just putting out a tweet.
Uh-oh, my ring went off. We got burnouts in the neighborhood somewhere. These drag racers out on the streets of Nashville. Oh no, I just got a text from Joe from the party last night. In all of these months, I've never heard you guys mention this guy's name. I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't think the Titans were going to draft him. I didn't watch a lot of the Penn State defense. But guess what? Now I'm gonna. Just when I thought I could close the book on this class and I could start working on 2026, I got to go get up to speed on Kevin Winston Jr. Thankfully, there's only a couple of games I got to watch.
You're only going to watch a game and a half?
Yeah.
I can't with Zach.
We just got to let him crash out.
It's fair enough.
Oh, man. I'm so mad about that pick.
Did he play in the playoffs at all? No, he was done. Ed Henry wants to know, did Winston play in the Hula Bowl?
Ed, come on, man. I'm already down bad enough. Didn't get to watch him in the regular season. I damn sure didn't get to watch the Hula Bowl.
Did you watch Jamari Caldwell?
I did watch a little Jamari Caldwell.
Because he just went at 86.
Oh, such a hardball pick. just a big load. Just a big load of a dude that just walks offensive linemen down. Jamari Caldwell, defensive tackle out of Oregon. How big is he? Because he is a big built dude. He's big built.
Let me
No,
just do this instead.
that's right, Logan. Nothing like dudes giving big loads. It's Jamari Caldwell.
Yeah, I mean, Gentry Estes from the Tennessean said, character guys with a lot of potential and room to grow. That's the apparent theme for Titans in this draft, playing for the future. That's exactly how I see it as well. PFF College on April 21st had a video out that said a healthy Kevin Winston is a first-round talent, which seems to be where everybody's getting that from. And, of course, Mike Herndon retweeted it. So,
yeah,
it's probably where that's coming from. One of our friends, Drew Beatty, Iron City Film, 72 on my board. I like the player, but taking him over Xavier Watts is a head scratcher. Would have loved a Umanor here as well.
Mm-hmm.
From Ryan Fowler of Underdog, I think. No, the Draft Network. Said a healthy Kevin Winston Jr. is right up there, which, by the way, these are all retweets from Mike Herndon, so he's trying to cope with something for sure. A healthy Kevin Winston Jr. is right up there with the elite of the elite defenders in this class. Extremely rangy, long, and physical defender that can make plays from sideline to sideline. Early day 2 grade on my board, and Tennessee got him at 82. Could be one of the steals of the class. We're talking about how much of a good defender he is. Run defender, sure.
Yeah.
Seems like there's still a little bit to be desired when it comes to his ability in coverage.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. All right.
I'm sorry. I don't like making evals on players I didn't actually watch, so I don't
Fair enough.
I don't have much to contribute, but shout out to Lil Hootie in the chat. We're in the it's so over phase of the draft, but we'll be in the we're so back when they draft Andrew Armstrong and Ty Felton tomorrow. That's right. We're going to be back on that Cam Fiend when they go Andrew Felton.
Glad we got this one from John Glennon. Random Titans nugget. Kevin Winston went to the same high school as Denard Wilson. Thanks.
Wow. Is that this cycle's Jaquan Jackson was Tyjae Spears' roommate or whatever?
I don't think we've gotten there yet. We're going to get there tomorrow with Quincy Riley. Green Bay doubling up on wide receiver, going Savion Williams.
Dog. Oh,
at
my
87.
God. Whew.
Begs the question, is Romeo Dobbs available for a fourth?
Whew, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
The consensus seems to be that is a good value for that player, Kevin Winston.
All right, this cat just decided he was going to catch the fly and then just crash out for the night. He's over here snoring. I'm sorry if you guys can hear my cat snoring. What have the Packers done in this draft? Matthew Golden, Anthony Belton, and Savion Williams. Whoa. Packers are doing some work here.
Yeah, we need to. Okay, let's catch up. So they get a safety, one of the positions we thought they could. This is a position that I think when you're looking at the future past this year, with Amani Hooker on the last year of his contract, a guy like Xavier Woods on the last year on a 1-year deal, you don't really have an option afterwards.
Ooh, Jags just took a dog.
Winston gives you some security.
Who dares me to stay up tonight after this live stream to just cram the Kevin Winston tape in?
I'll stay up with you and do it. Sure.
There we go.
All right, let's get to some of these comments here as the Jaguars take Caleb Bransaw.
A dog. Love Caleb Bransaw.
I'm going to look at this. I actually don't feel terrible about that pick. I would have liked Xavier Watts better, but I'm fine.
Yeah, it's I reserve the right to withhold my opinion.
So Caleb Bransaw, Savion Williams, Jamari Caldwell, Noel Williams, and Jacob Parrish and Caleb Johnson go after Kevin Winston. There, let's see. Stoney always trying to cram dudes in. Do it, Stoney. Live analysis tonight. Real men watch tape at midnight. I'm worried about this year. Who is playing for the Titans this year? It doesn't matter, I guess. Lots of good day 3 value receivers left, so that's a plus. Brinker making me a drinker. At this point, let's see.
I'm gonna say this. I'm probably not as irritable.
Daniel Fraser says, what do you guys think best player available meant? Vibes, papers, essays? He's just not our best player available because he hasn't played football in a while.
Well, I think
we're betting on the potential for him to come back. Like, also, there are better wide receivers still left on the board that fill a need now. There are better safeties available now to play football now.
Yeah, I don't mind going best player available. To me, Daniel, it sounds like the theme is get guys with high upside, with good traits that are going to be in critical roles, significant contributors for this team 2 to 3 years down the road.
Yep. Sure. You know what? Screw it. Why not? Why not?
What are we doing?
We're adding a special guest.
Let's see here. Do I have any Kevin Winston Jr. tape? Yeah, it looks like I do. Let's see what we're watching here.
Let's see. This team hasn't proven it can draft guys who are good in year 1, let alone 3 years later. Ed Belly says, exactly, Stoney. Draft, develop, and retain. Brugler had Winston 83 overall, credits his strength and man coverage versus big slots and tight ends, something that the Titans definitely need as Wyatt Milam goes to the Jags.
You know what? I got his 2023 tape, and I got his game against West Virginia in 2024. So we're gonna watch that a little bit tonight.
Alrighty, let's see. Let's get to some of these other comments as I was reading his. Titans were horde run defenders. It certainly seems like it will help their run defense. Let's all take a moment to appreciate Stoney's hat. Trade Levis to Las Vegas for one of their upcoming picks and get Royals. Having as much fun as the Shadur draft party. He is so elite that he fell to 82. I don't care if it's a reach. Get Cam a weapon.
Wyatt Milam to the Jags. I'm sorry. I'm in a glass case of emotion. I got the quote wrong earlier. I said I'm in a phone booth of emotion, and that's wrong. Catching up on my big board here.
Stoney skips one guy, and Titans pick him in the 3rd when we're so pumped about the extra pick.
I know, man. I just, I feel like I let you guys down. That's all. I was struggling with those emotions anyway because we only got 200 prospects done this cycle. We got 300 done last year. And then this happens. I evaled every single draft pick that the Titans had last year. And this year they get a 3rd round pick and I don't have the guy ready. Shame.
Winston Jr. was Bleacher Report's number 4 safety and number 45 overall. So there's that.
Caleb Ransaw.
Logan says 3 guys a day starting tomorrow, Stoney.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, that's y'all don't be surprised. Okay, somebody asked for my best available.
Yes.
I think Shador Sanders, Jared Wilson, Dylan Sampson, Xavier Watts, Alec Ayumanner, Savion Jones, Barrett Carter, Malachi Moore, Jack Sawyer, Braden Swinson, and then Kyle Kennard is right there too. Ooh, David Walker still on the board. Double dip at edge in the 4th for a little David Walker action.
You will hear no qualms from me about that. I still have a clip ready for David Walker. We want to talk about David Walker. We can talk about David Walker.
Damian Martinez would be nice.
Paul Kaharski says Kevin Winston says his knee is great and he feels amazing.
That's awesome for Kevin Winston Jr. Good for him.
Sammy Stack says, who you guys got in the Canada election on Monday? I have no idea. Oh, we got to do the... Hold on. Okay. I got to go back through real quick, and we have to do this giveaway before...
I like that we've decided to make lobster tanking a term.
I didn't even know we were making that a term.
Yeah, Stokely asked, who is Stoney's best available that will keep me from lobster tanking? Coach Wills, Shiloh is going to get drafted first.
Yeah, I'm looking at making sure I didn't miss anybody who wanted to be in the giveaway. So by the way, this giveaway that we're doing a $25 M.L.Rose gift card, as well as a book of poetry written by Stoney Keeley.
Yeah, I could grab one of the books and read a poem.
Do you want to?
You guys want? Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, I think we're good. I think I got everybody who wanted to be in it and did what we asked to do that. Looks like we got 13 names here. So we are going to pull that up.
This is my my book of poetry. Let's see, what's a good one to read? Nothing too long. I could read the haiku I wrote about my ingrown toenail. I could read the poem I wrote about the fried green tomato burger that I ate at Urban Snack in Chattanooga. Oh, I did kind of write a sexy poem in here.
Oh boy.
It's nice and short.
Well, we're gonna have to, I guess the giveaway is gonna have to wait here for a second.
Is it? Okay.
I'm waiting until he looks up and he's like ready. Oh, okay, he's ready.
Look at there he is.
Can we get this shot? Hold on. Let me do this real quick.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
I do have some positivity. Let me get my. There we go. Just want to zoom in real quick. Yeah,
oh my God!
Y'all have that. Look at that.
That's beautiful.
And also
beautiful.
by the way, that champagne glass right there is signed by Marcus Mariota. He gave that to us because we were neighbors. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
Look at that. Okay.
What a good guy.
Oh my God.
Oh, hey.
All right. The reason I'm looking down is because my laptop's down, so it's going to be hard. Okay, so here we go. I do actually have some positivity. So come to find out, for whatever reason, it escaped my mind when I am scraping the data from our studio for the two-tone blue dudes, the Titans fit ratings.
Yeah.
That I did not realize that, hey, I probably need to go back and get 2023's data because he owned Kevin Winston, not Femi Oladejo, who only has 4.5 sacks. But I was like, I need to go back and get his 2023 data. And so what come to find out is that once I add in the 2023 data, he is the second highest rated safety according to the Titans fit ratings. Now, for those that may not know what the Titans fit ratings are, and if you're not subscribed to your Stack and Inbox, you should know. But if you don't, it is where I take all the drafted players since 2018, roughly 2017. Sometimes you get all the data of this regime. So Dave Ziegler, Reggie McKenzie, Chad Brinker, Mike Bergonzi, Brian Callahan. Then I also will add in Denard Wilson since it's defense. And then I'll also add in Steven Jackson since it's defensive backs and all that kind of stuff. 94 overall, 94 out of 100 he qualified for, by the way. What's important to note is that he scored a 37 out of 40 on the field metric because he was fucking phenomenal in 2023.
There we go. That's what I like to hear.
Okay, so here we go. You guys ready for some stats on Kevin Winston?
Yeah.
These are all stats that translate to the NFL. 90.6 run defense grade last year, an 86.8 coverage grade, which is roughly top 5, top 6 in the class. He had 0 missed tackle rate. He did not miss a tackle.
Damn.
In 2023 in all the games. That's the only time he fully started a whole season. He had 21 defensive stops. He only allowed 0.455 yards per coverage snap, 3 pass breakups, which the average is about 4.1 for the Tennessee Titans because he is safety. You don't get a lot of pass breakups typically. And he allowed an 81.5 passer rating. So if you wanted some positivity about Kevin Winston Jr., is that when he is healthy and he plays a full season, he is elite. So what do you think about that?
I'm just laughing at Logan's comment. He didn't miss a tackle because he was on the sideline with a blown out knee.
It's because Logan lacks critical listening skills. So I'm sorry that his parents didn't send him to a proper school.
Real quick, Jalen M.L.Rose just went off the board to Seattle before Shadur.
Oh, whoa.
Oh,
what is going on here? Let me get this beer.
That's crazy. I do think it is a need for the Titans past this year. Like that is, I think, one of the things that I'd be okay with. It's not a wide receiver because I think the wide receivers they wanted were off the board. However, when you look at it that way, it does seem like he's a guy who can come back this year, integrate into this scheme, and then come 2026, when you probably don't have an Amani Hooker unless you re-sign him, and if you don't have a Xavier Woods, he's going to slot in and be just fine.
Yeah, I think that you don't need a safety, but to start right away. So that's kind of also the added bonus because you do have Mike Brown. I do want to say that Logan said at least his name is not Zach. I do agree. I am so glad that your name's not Zach because I would hate to be associated with someone like you. So, you walked right into that one. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, this is besides Nick Emmanwori. If you took Nick Emmanwori's season this year and compared it to Kevin Winston's season last year, I think everybody's right. You would be talking about a first-round talent. Now, he plays safety, so, I mean, like, is he really going to go in the first round because he plays safety? But, like, at the end of the day, I'm all in. It could have been worse. You could have drafted Femi Oladejo again. So, like, this is actually – I mean, you already made that mistake once. So now you don't have to make that mistake again.
Well, Zach, does it make you feel better if you just imagine Kevin Winston Jr. the pick at 52 and Femi Oladejo at 82?
That's a great question, Stoney. And that is the same question that Mike posed to me the night that I was also not as drunk as I was drunker then. And this is when they drafted Isaiah Wilson. And he goes, well, look, if they take Christian Fulton in the second round, then that will just swap the picks and the value will be there.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's your answer. No, it does not fucking make me feel any better because guess what? Femi Oladejo only has 4.5 sacks. He's only played 10 games as an edge rusher. He has very limited pass rush ability right now. But I guess, hey, he played inside. Brian Callahan was on Titans radio tonight. And he said, hey, he played inside linebacker. Then they switched him out. So he has all this inside linebacker skills. Yeah, they switched him out because Dane Brugler said they didn't want him to think anymore. You basically just drafted Kenneth Murray.
Well, that's what I said, Zach. I said, what does it say that you draft an edge rusher and the first thing you're talking about is his coverage ability as a linebacker?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they miss throwing Harold Landry out on a slot, and they're like, oh man, who is going to get burnt by some slot receiver without Harold Landry? Because normally we would put Harold Landry on who did he get burnt by last year? And you're just like, why is he fucking out there? But he got burnt by someone. It's probably like Nico Collins, someone like a wide receiver one or something. And but now they got.
Are you talking about Josh Downs?
Yeah,
Josh
yeah.
Downs.
Oh, that's right.
Josh Downs,
Who's gonna get burnt by Josh Downs without Harold Landry here? Well, let's get this kid from Femi Oladipo from UCLA. That he's great. If you want, listen, did Harold Landry have more sacks in his as a draft prospect coming out than Femi, who was healthy the whole year? Because only like Harold Landry was like he was only healthy like 3 games that year, and I wonder if he had more stats. Let's look that up.
Little Hootie has an important question for us, Zach.
Okay,
what's going to get us red hulked up tomorrow?
I don't know. Jonas Sinker just went off the board. That was a guy that I really liked, but that wouldn't have mattered now.
Yeah,
oh, by the way,
we got our safety.
Okay, so let me say this. So Harold Landry played 9 games his final year at Boston College. 9 games. He had 5 sacks.
Okay.
This guy. So this is just your Harold Landry, but in 9 games he had 5 sacks, but then he got fucking injured. So like. This guy was an actual edge guy because he played 38 games as an edge rusher before that. So, he's kind of experienced at it. I feel like I'm at a roast. Is this the Kill Tony roast? I don't want to get in trouble.
we missed Emory Jones Jr. going to the Ravens.
Ooh, man. The Ravens are having a great draft. Shout out to Bert Turdslinger.
Turdslinger.
Yeah, who's out at who's doing an Airbnb with a bunch of dudes, and he's like skinny dipping or something. I don't know. It's really weird.
I love skinny dipping. You can't fault a man for wanting to skinny dip. It feels good. You can't do it, often, especially if you live in a neighborhood. Not that I'm bitter about that or anything, but when you can do it, there ain't nothing freer feeling than that.
But look, if you're bound to have one bad draft pick in a draft. You just wish it didn't come at the second round is where I'm at. And I guess maybe,
holy shit.
Who's going to fucking catch passes for this team? Slow ass Xavier Restrepo can't catch a contested catch. Elick Amanor, it's always the quarterback's fault for that loser. Can't fucking do anything.
What? Yeah, Zach, Daniel Frazier says, if looking at the Packers draft, would you trade a 6th for Christian Watson?
Well, yeah, anybody fucking will, but they're not going to do that. I mean, I think I said earlier in our group chat, I said Romeo Doubs. I mean, why aren't you calling Romeo Doubs up?
Are you guys seeing what the Browns just did?
No.
Are you guys?
No, it's not up on, and I'm on cable. It's not up.
It's on Twitter. The chat was freaking out about it. Oh, I can't wait to watch you guys experience this live. This is going to be so sweet.
Oh, my God. Did they do Kyle McCord or Will Howard? That's what this has to mean, right?
Did you see it,
Oh,
JC?
my God.
How am I behind? I'm on literal antenna cable.
Oh, my God.
What'd they do?
Do you want us to tell you, or do you want to see it live?
Yeah, just tell me. I mean, I don't.
Dylan Gabriel.
What?
Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel.
The biggest fucking idiots. I mean, I thought Femi Oladipo was bad. You know what? Femi Oladipo, great pick, because I just saw Dylan Gabriel go in the 3rd round. Great pick, Femi Oladipo.
Yeah, dude. Dylan Gabriel goes before Shedeur Sanders.
Are they going to put him at slot? You think he's going to be a slot wide receiver or something?
He's gonna back up Quinshon Judkins.
I mean, listen. I know when a boss tells you, "Hey, I know you've had a rough couple of years, but your job is safe this year." That doesn't necessarily mean your job is actually safe. You may have to work hard this year because this is fucking ridiculous. This is a stupid ass draft, and I know I do like Mason Graham. I do like Carson Schwessinger, and what do they got? They got Quinshon Judkins, right? I like some of their guys, but dude, this is who you draft. You got the quarterback with the smallest hands, and now you got the shortest quarterback in the league.
They did add Jerome Baker, so.
And you forget that Dylan Gabriel threw the football over the Gulf of Mexico down in Mobile. He threw,
Well, that's true.
if I'm not mistaken, 500 miles an hour.
It's the Gulf of America, Stoney.
Oh, touche. Forgive me. My bad. What do you think, Zach? JT and I have talked about this. What do you think about Stokely? I'm not saying that out loud. What do you think about the Shador slide, Zach? Do you feel like this is the NFL kind of saying, like, you're not the captain here? Are they Captain Phillipsing Shador Sanders?
Right? It has to be, because let me tell you something. The consensus draft board had him at 21 or 22.
Yeah.
So that means everybody watched tape. Everybody watched tape, and 100 people got together and watched tape and said, this dude is at least worth a late first-round pick. And I know that there were some people that said it was a second-round pick. But fucking Dylan Gabriel, this short-ass munchkin is getting drafted before him.
Dude.
And before Kyle McCord and Will Howard. Like, I can at least make some kind of, I guess you could say.
It's so over.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
It's so over for the Browns.
Look at him. You can barely see. Look at how small he is. Look at him. Look at him. He looks like a small child.
That's wild.
He basically, I'm pretty sure he's sitting on phone books on that couch.
5'11", 205 is what he's listed at.
He doesn't even look that big. I mean, listen, like Dylan Gabriel, it is fine as
Joe
like
Blacko said, call it what it is, hate. And I said, I kind of want to call it something else, but this ain't my show.
Hey man, yeah, I'm thinking it too. Gabriel's a good processor, okay, and Gabriel throws a pretty ball on short intermediate stuff. Like it's not like he's the worst prospect out there, but at this point, like I mean.
Dylan Gabriel should not have gone over Seth Hennigan.
Should not have gone over Seth Hennigan. No.
Yeah,
what are we doing here?
He should not have gone over Quinn Ewers.
This guy had to twist his whole entire body just to get it 25 yards down the field of the Senior Bowl. Like, he had to, heave it like it was a fucking shot putter, like, turning around with the football in his neck and just fucking heave it. This is ridiculous. What are we doing here? Let me tell you something. I don't know if y'all saw this, but Donald Trump tweeted before the draft started about Shador's falling. I think the NFL is going to get shut down. I think Trump's going to come in and start deporting people because you're going to have to. You're going to have to start. He's going to take over the NFL because this is ridiculous. And I am not I voted for other people, but I may support him on this one because this is ridiculous.
I like Jacob's take here. Gabriel will be an offensive coordinator in 6 years.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they're doing. This is the guy that's going to replace Kevin Stefanski. Is Dylan Gabriel?
Yeah, man. If you're the Cleveland Browns, you've just built out your offense of the future. You're building around Dylan Gabriel, Quinshon Judkins, and Harold Fannin Jr.
Good for them. Good for them. Get ahead of the game. Get ahead of the coaching cycle this early.
Yeah. No wonder Myles Garrett stuck around in Cleveland. He saw this plan.
He's like, yeah, Dylan, sign me up for Dylan Garrett. Could you imagine? You're Myles Garrett. Now, listen, you're sitting pretty because you made what? He made like $300,000 million or something like that.
Yeah.
But could you imagine that they said, hey, we're going to get this draft right. And they were like, apparently Mason Graham was a Myles Garrett pick. Okay.
Jared Wilson finally goes to 95 to the Patriots.
Mason Graham is a Myles Garrett pick.
Yeah.
Is this a Myles Garrett pick? Because if I was Myles Garrett, I would just go back with my money, return it, and say, please trade me. I would get me out of here because this is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, how is Gabriel even going to be able to get the ball out and over Myles Garrett during practices this summer?
Well, how tall are their wide receivers? Let's look that up. Let's look at Cleveland's depth chart here.
I know
Cedric Tillman, Jerry Jeudy.
Okay.
Well, they take Harold Fannin Jr., known for his length and height.
There you go. So they got Cedric Tillman starting, Michael Woods starting, and Jerry Jeudy starting. What a inspiring trio of wide receivers that they
Bro,
have.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's Cleveland needed to kind of knock this draft out of the park, and they're falling in reverse a little bit here.
Oh my God. What losers.
I feel so
you know,
bad.
this is what happens when you have a Knoxville alum as your owner. That's what we all need to take away from this.
Yeah.
That's what we need to take away from this. Whenever anybody says, man, the Browns sure are stupid, you're calling, because I know that there's a lot of Tennessee fans that do this. You're calling your own alma mater stupid because that's the guy who's running things is Jimmy Haslam.
I mean, does Vegas take Shador with one of their last 2 picks of this round? They haven't taken a quarterback yet, have they?
Shouldn't they? I mean, Trump should make them.
Yeah, that's what.
Send an executive order. Sign an executive order right here, right now. There goes Xavier Watts. Man, Falcons draft is really good. Is this their first pick since they traded?
I don't know. I feel like there's one more in there. I've got it up here. I can take a look real quick. The Atlanta Falcons have taken. No, it's just those 3: Jalen Walker, James Pierce, Xavier Watts. Those are 3. I mean, you got something to build around there.
I don't care what anybody says. That's an A+ draft. That's an A+ draft. Can we talk about Titans fans real quick? Well, I got the mic.
Sure, go for it.
Well, I'm at the comedy club, the open mic night here.
The roast of Titans fans.
Guys, I sent out a full article. Well, it's not a full article. It's a clip of the only write-up about Femi Oladejo. You guys just went right on by lack of awareness and lack of instincts and went to that he is part of a religious organization that got banned.
Yeah, we don't.
That is what's wrong with Titans fans. You guys aren't focused on fucking football. What is wrong with you? Who cares? He could pray to Satan for all I care. He could murder cats, suck their blood. If he's getting 10.5 sacks, 11.5 sacks, breaking sack records, put people in the dirt, I don't fucking care. You all should care that he has a lack of awareness and instincts and that he was edge 13. He was in the 80s everywhere. He was age 18 on Stoney's own big board. He was edge 13 on Dane Brugler's. Y'all should be concerned about that, not that he fucking prays to some Martian in the sky or whatever he does. Give me a fucking break. What is wrong with you all?
Oh, the Texans who are crushing it so far are back on the clock.
That's a person. Oh, Jalen Smith, top 30 visit for the Texans or Titans.
Safety out of USC, or is he corner? I can't remember.
Looks like they have him listed as a corner.
Yeah. I did not want Mike Green to Timothy Bennett's question. I wanted a wide receiver or Landon Jackson because, I know how production and athleticism matters at edge, and I know how this team has Mason Kinsey starting.
I like Jason's point here, Zach. You might care when he burns you in a wicker man.
Well, that may be true. I have not seen that movie, but if he shows up at my door in a bear suit, I know I'm fucked. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to any foreign countries like with the maypole or whatever is in Midsommar because I've read the Wikipedia on that.
Yeah.
I'm not watching that movie either.
No. It's kind of a controversial movie anyway. Some people don't like Ari Aster.
Yeah, we're not even talking about this. Kudos to you, Coach Wills. Will Levis is still fucking on this roster. Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we're going to get a 4th-round pick that we can use on, let me check notes, Sal Wormley probably.
Sal Wormley in the Stacking the Inbox
pick.
Draft Guide, but not Kevin Winston Jr.
I tried to help with getting but good thing you got that Will Rogers eval in.
Yeah, Taylor Elgersma. Good thing I found the Canadian University League tape to watch.
What would be a more badass way? Fighting a man in a bear suit but dying, or just falling into a lobster tank and bleeding out? What's more badass?
I'm going to say fighting because you're fighting. But we've decided that lobster tanking is a thing tonight. We've coined that term. I think it was Stokely in the chat that brought it up as a term. What's going to happen? What are the best available to keep me from lobster tanking tonight?
Have y'all seen this Bigfoot commercial for Slim Jims or Jack-a-Links or whatever it is?
I'm watching NFL Network. I don't know.
I'm watching. So there's a Jack-a-Links commercial with these big Yetis, I guess, playing football and doing all these drills and everything. They're all better than Femi Oladejo.
Okay. Good.
And why is this Bengals guy dressed as Captain Obvious? Like, well, I mean, wonder if
that's the Bengals fan of the year. That's Captain Bengal or
that's
whatever.
Captain Bengal.
No.
Busting.
Why is it Bengals and y'all don't have an A in there? Why is it Bengals and y'all don't have an A?
Huh?
It's Bengals. It's got an E in there.
Bengals, yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm really digging the Falcon strap.
Oh, tonight is the TLC tag match.
We missed it.
Yeah, totally forgot about it.
Do you know who won?
I don't.
Well, I'll tell you who. I know this. I will say this about that match. I know who didn't win, and that's Tennessee Titans fans tonight.
We got Kevin Winston Jr., okay?
The Bengals thing reminds me of Bagels from Community. Does anybody watch Community in the chat? Bagels?
No,
yes.
No. Kenneth says the Patriots draft is annoyingly solid. I'm going to check and see where they're at so far.
You know what the Titans should have done, and I agree with Bustin' Diamond, even though that he wasn't going with this. They instead of drafting Femi Oladejo, they should have drafted Obafemi.
Yeah.
Current he's still the current NXT champion, right?
Yeah, as far as I know. So the Patriots have gone Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, and Jared Wilson. That is feelings on Will Campbell aside, that's a pretty solid group there.
The least aura since Tevin Jenkins of an offensive lineman I've ever seen, Will Campbell. I mean, does he even have muscle on him? Like, well, I mean, what he looks like an extra in every movie that you've seen.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Drake May wants to die for him, though.
I think he wants to die for Drake May.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
What we got here with the Raiders? Are we almost done with this godforsaken day?
Four picks. Four picks.
4 picks.
This could be Shadur.
Well, I don't see everybody blowing up the chat, so it must be some fucking loser.
I think people are going to bed. People are going to bed now.
Yeah.
Are we sure? What's our I don't know. I don't think everybody's going to bed.
Do you guys want me to read a poem or not?
hold on. I just want to say this is who won our giveaway. So Adam, if he's here, let us know.
Caleb Rogers, offensive tackle. Tennessee Titans showed interest in him. What's going on here? What's this setup?
I told y'all Caleb Rogers was a little undervalued. I don't know that I did tell y'all. I think I might have just said that to myself. I think I might have just been at my desk one night wrapping up my Caleb Rogers eval, and I just muttered to myself, this guy's really underrated.
I forgot about my video from the combine where Shadur Sanders said the number where you go don't matter.
Hey, he needs that now.
Yep. I'll send it to him.
Please do. Caleb Rogers going ahead of Shadur Sanders is not something that I had on my bingo card.
So who has the 102 pick? Is it KC or someone else?
Minnesota
does.
Yeah.
Maybe you know what? That would be a really good landing spot. Maybe San Francisco does it.
Adam asked for our thoughts on Torrey Horton. I'm not the biggest fan. I think he's good. Zach, I feel like you're a little higher on him than I am. JT, how do you feel
definitely
about him?
now because he's the best the Titans got.
Okay.
I mean, this fucking wide receiver group sucks right now.
Adam says just saw his name appear on the wheel. DM me on Twitter, please.
Yeah.
And I'll get back to you.
Charles Grant He did go in this third round. I was a little surprised by that.
Charles Grant is the pick here?
Charles Grant is the pick. Sorry, everybody.
Oh.
You guys were ahead of me earlier, so
at this point it doesn't matter. So the Raiders go back-to-back guard and tackle.
Yep. That's to protect Shedeur Sanders when they pick him in the 4th round.
Yeah, because they do have a pick coming up here with the 6th pick in the 4th round. Yeah.
That's crazy.
One of my friends DM'd me and said, hey, what's up with the Titans treating Cam Ward like the Packers were treating Aaron Rodgers? Not drafting a wide receiver.
Kenneth.
I bet Jaquan Jackson is fucking happy right now because he's like, man, my roster spot's saved.
I was about to say,
I'm sitting pretty.
He's like wide receiver 4 right now. Kenneth asked, am I crazy to think the Dolphins should consider Shedeur? I've actually brought that up a couple of times.
I think that's a good one, Kenneth.
That's a great fit. Yeah, you're on that one, Kenneth. I'm right there with you. It's almost like Shedeur isn't even in this draft. Yeah, that's what it.
If I was like. San Francisco, I would take Shedeur. That would be a guy that Kyle Shanahan could really do something with.
Yeah, that would low key cook.
And you don't have to worry about Brock Purdy paying for Brock Purdy.
Yeah. Charles Grant, William and Mary, the Raiders, man. The Raiders are like they're doing this thing this year. Let's revisit what they've done. It's one of my low-key favorite drafts so far. If I can find them here.
That would be funny if Shedeur did go back to college. I don't know how his eligibility works, but he can.
So what if
his daddy would bring him back?
What if the Raiders go Ashton Genty, Jack Besh, Darian Porter, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, and then they add Shedeur Sanders?
That's almost like an all-Stone. That's an all-Stoney team.
It is.
I've ever heard one.
It is just about an all-Stoney team. Yeah. Maybe that explains why I like it so much. He can't go back. His number's retired.
Yeah, his number is retired. That is true.
Femi Oladejo. They miss out on Kyle Williams. They miss out on Trey Harris. They miss out on Jalen Noel. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
who's catching balls for our quarterback that got me all hyped up? We have boners flying around the fucking studio today at the radio station.
Yeah. Man.
Jackson's humping shit back there behind the glass. I mean, we're all pumped up.
Just so crazy.
You know what's happened since the Femi Oladejo pick? My dick's fallen off. Don't even know where it's at. Where's my dick?
I think I can feel mine in the back of my throat.
Yeah. Gosh dang. This stupid-ass team. Can't do anything just normal. I had to sign Brandon Allen and Tim Boyle. Still have Will Levis on the fucking roster.
No,
you couldn't trade them to the fucking Raiders. They had like 5 third-round picks.
No, Bustin. I am not going to become a Raiders fan. I'm going to stick to my Tennessee Titans.
Effect.
Why is Stokely bringing up Jackson wiping standing up?
Oh, I don't know, but I do know that this is a thing. I know what he's talking about, roughly. So that means Stokely knows. He must know Jackson.
Yeah.
What if Stokely is
the F Words pod. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I thought that was.
Oh, that was on the air.
Yeah, that was.
I thought that was a private conversation too. I was sitting there like,
he's the producer, so we're just on the air, I guess.
Is Stokely Joseph?
Oh, you know who the 49ers should take? And I don't know if they are right now.
Jesus Christ.
They should take Elick.
Oh.
What happened?
I didn't. I have a phobia of sharks, and I just looked up, and there was one on the screen. It just scared the shit out of me.
Was it left shark or right shark?
Oh, boy.
What was it doing? What's the shark doing?
I just looked up.
You have a phobia of sharks? Like the image of a shark will send you.
Yeah.
Didn't Easton say that Jalen Royals was going to be our Malik Washington, or was he speaking of Jalen Lane?
I have no idea.
He's still available right now. Let's see what the 49ers. Who's this girl?
Who's this girl?
Oh no!
I
But good thing we got 4.5 sacks, fucking loser, Femi Oladipo. Oh.
I don't. It's.
I haven't seen the
let's
pick.
see. I haven't seen it
the
either.
pick.
Upton Stout's a top 100 player.
Yeah, he is. If you guys would watch fucking film, I've been trying to tell you.
I
about
did. I'm just surprised that he
Wow.
would go top 100.
Oh, he's so good.
That's
Him
a
and Malik
fantastic.
But I will say this: him and Malik Mustafa are like the smallest safety
That's
duo.
what I was gonna say. Yeah, I was like pairing him with Malik is funny.
Okay,
That is a
crazy.
great fit. That is a great landing spot for Upton Stout.
I'm gonna make a list of some positivity heading into fourth round.
Okay.
Some
Okay.
affirmations.
Well, we're gonna have to see what the picks play out. But
Upton Stout.
Derek is really putting himself out there.
I had Upton Stout 88 overall on my board.
I don't know if this is true, but Daniel Fraser says that was a comp pick the Titans gave to the 49ers because of Rand Carthon.
Oh, that's probably true.
So,
Wait a minute, that's been. Yeah. That'd be right.
Whew. God dang. Y'all see that shark?
I don't know what shark you're talking about.
Y'all see that shark? It's not a joke, man. Like
Derek?
people, I know.
Me and Derek are really gonna fight. I mean, I am. We're on it. We're on it.
Oh man,
I'll meet you at the Shark Tank.
the lobster tank. We're all group lobster.
Nope.
tonight.
You're gonna have to overcome your fear of sharks. We're gonna do.
I'm
two
not.
things
I'm never
at
gonna
once.
do it.
Listen,
I'm
Stoney, we're
never
gonna do two things at once. Where I'm going to help you overcome your fear of sharks, and I'm
You're
gonna
on
beat
track.
the shit out of Derek. That's the two things I'm gonna
Stoney
fucking
is
do.
taking hallucinogens again. You're on
No.
dry land, Stoney. It's okay,
No.
Stoney. You're
It
safe
doesn't
on
matter.
land. Lobster tank says.
Oh, Stoney, don't look at the screen. There's not a shark, but someone just ate your lunch.
Oh, why? I'm gonna tell you guys a story.
And
I'm
I
gonna tell you guys-
did locate JR tonight. For those that may have wondered, I did locate JR.
Savion
tonight.
Jones goes
Yep.
to the Broncos, and we have one more pick.
Oh,
How
before
good
we
are the
man.
fucking Broncos gonna be? Savion Jones and Jahdae Barron. Oh man, and who was the running back they got tonight?
RJ Harvey.
Oh yeah. Oh.
I'm gonna tell you
put
guys
some
a
money on
story.
the Broncos to win AFC West. That's all
I'm
I know.
I'm going to tell you guys a story about my shark phobia. We were in Tower Records once, and my good buddy,
Known for its sharks.
my good buddy Brandon Vick, who has a really dry, dark sense of humor, did not realize how bad my shark phobia was. So he thought he would play a joke on me. Walks up from behind me with a DVD copy of Jaws, and just brings it around me and puts it right in front of my face. And I jumped and screamed in the middle of Tower Records and almost threw up. I almost threw up.
And
Brandon
this was last
like,
year?
"This was
Where's the
2000.
Oh.
This was 2002." And he said, "Holy shit!
Fucking
I
17-year-old dude."
I did not realize it was that big of a thing. I did not watch Finding Nemo for 21 years because of the sharks."
Here's what's funny, right?
Because
The
of
car-
fucking Bruce the shark.
The card that Keith Bullock was given to say Femi Oladejo's name just says Oluwa Oladejo. So are we supposed to say Femi?
I don't know. This fucking Tennessee Titans team does not know how to do anything. And let me tell you. and it starts with actually just drafting him. Here's what I know. They can't even fucking spell his name right. Everybody else in America has called him Femi Oladejo, and as a shorter. And then they don't even include the Femi? Did you even put the Femi in there?
On what? On
the card.
No, it's just says Oluwa Oladejo.
Does he go by Oluwa? Or
No, he goes by Femi.
Is Femi his football name and Oluwa is his cult name?
Oh, there goes Ty Felton. Dreams are crushed. There goes one positive
Oh.
takeaway. You get no positive takeaway from that's at
That
least
does
one
it for the first round.
They can't even
Vince
get his
Young probably
fucking
wrote the
name.
card.
Can't even get his fucking name right. What good is this guy? Okay, I mean 4.5 sacks. Name nobody knows how to say.
Do you guys want me to
and then
read
again,
this
hold on,
poem or not?
and then TD is calling him Olafemi, like OLA Femi.
Nobody knows what his
Well,
Well,
name is.
isn't it Oluwafemi? Isn't it OLUWA? Yeah, it is OLUWAFEMI.
Ooh,
Oludeo.
ooh. They just showed that Ty Felton stutter step, that start stop.
All right.
God.
Y'all want some positivity?
Sure,
Yeah,
Braden Swinson's still on the board.
this is true.
Okay.
love
not
Braden
bad.
Swinson.
Jalen Royals still on the board.
Love Jalen Royals.
Oh, God.
Alec,
mm-mm.
Eumenor is still on the board.
Yeah, I'm talking about good news. Damian Martinez is still on the board.
Damian Martinez.
This is true.
Oh my God, I need a hold on. Let's just look at wide receivers because I mean, if they don't do a wide receiver, what are we even doing here?
Dylan Sampson still on the board.
Joe Smith just said Isaiah Bond or Royals. Bond is off their board.
Guys, we don't mention Isaiah Bond anymore. They canceled a 30 visit with him. Do you think they're still gonna fucking draft him? Okay.
Jalen Lane, Chimray DK. Oh, I forgot
Gunnar
about
Helm.
Chimray DK. Dante Thornton, Andrew Armstrong, Sam Brown Jr. Okay, I'm in the undrafted territory.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going through the consensus board here if I can get it up for whatever.
Traylon Burks.
Oh my God, why is it just doing this?
What time we got to be at the building tomorrow?
10:45 or to 10:50. Okay, here we go. Oh, we got that stupid kid from Stanford, the Canadian. You probably have to pay a tariff to get him over. Jalen Royals from Utah State, Torrey Horton, Isaiah Bond, but you're gonna have to get him out on bond. Xavier Restrepo, Tez Johnson, Jalen Lane, Dante Thornton. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just pander to those losers and
Let's get some Dante Thornton. They
Nick
don't know how to
Nash,
use those wide receivers.
Nick Nash is the most under-discussed wide receiver prospect that's been killing it in college football for a while. Chimray DK, Keandre Lambert-Smith, Ricky White, Elijah Badger, Andrew Armstrong. Here's what I know. Cam Wart's fucked.
What about your kid from UMass?
Jacoby Kenny James. He'll probably be an undrafted free agent, but I don't know how the second round and third round went. He may get drafted tomorrow by somebody.
Here's your layup, Zach. Paytopia11 says, do we know why Alec Eumenor is dropping?
Yeah, because he's fucking Canadian and he sucks dick.
Okay, all right. It's about what I expected.
He's not good. I love that the stats to prove that he is good is that, well, he went against the 93rd best or the 93rd percentile pass defense, a really good pass defense. Yeah, well, guess what? NFL pass defenses are better than that. Well, he's got the 6th most yards outside of any wide receiver in this draft class. Oh, it's only because he played 90% of his snaps outside.
You made him cry.
You made him cry.
You made him cry.
Like, what are we doing here? He thinks he's Canadian. No Canadian makes it in the NFL. That's why they have the CFL.
I like Io Manor.
That's my Io Manor rant. That I didn't get to. But you know what? If I would have gotten to that freaking podcast where y'all did the take purge, that would have been a green check mark because I would have said he's not going on day 2.
Dang.
Booyah.
That would have been a dub.
So I know Houston and JT been guzzling that maple syrup up there, but guess what? Zach was right.
Hey, how about that Tyler Shuck QB3 take, though? I hit that one.
Yep.
I hit that one.
You did.
Hey, if we walk away tomorrow with Damian Martinez and David Walker in the 4th, I'm fine.
Dogs. 2 dogs.
Two
dogs barking.
That still does not help our quarterback.
Dude, hey, we are going to get through this draft, and then we're going to load up Jamal Pritchett, Andrew Armstrong, Sam Brown Jr., your kid from UMass, Jacoby.
Jamal Pritchett. I blacked out for a second.
I did say Jamal Pritchett. We're going to bring in the best receiving core of undrafted free agents.
Well, Trayshawn Holden, add him to the list, the Oregon wide receiver, because they brought him in for a visit.
Stokely, I'm a big Chimray DK fan. I hope they bring him in.
But he would be just Van Jefferson, who was from Florida, right?
No.
Wasn't Van Jefferson from Florida?
Apparently, Graver is banging the drum for Amari Cooper now.
Oh
You might
yeah,
have
that
to.
will. That will. Fucking idiot. He spends all this time praising Cam Ward. And I'm okay with Cam Ward. I don't want to get you wrong. And now he just wants the worst for him. Isn't that something? Isn't that weird how fans work? I just want the worst for you. Let me
All
get
right.
Hey,
Well,
Brew McCoy's still available.
this is true.
Stoney, it's time to end this podcast.
Yeah.
We don't
Well-
need a fifth tight end. We don't need tight end 5.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys for being here. Some of you from minute
the jump,
one,
man.
oh, fish spit back, could have gotten Burden today and David Walker tomorrow if they didn't trade back.
Fishspit's right, but they hate Burden because he has strong women in his life.
Joe Smith said, old dude at Walmart saw my Titans hat and asked if I thought the Titans would trade the number 1 pick to get Vince Young back. It certainly is a take. Okay, who do you guys think the Titans are taking with their the first pick tomorrow?
Oh, let me see what pick will piss me off the most. So I'll let you guys go.
Give
first.
a take.
Let's see here. Let me look at my best available. I'm gonna say Kyle Kennard is the pick tomorrow.
I'm gonna go Scattaboo.
I'm going to say Jordan James is going to be the pick tomorrow because they fucking hate me. And listen, you guys can see me all week at Zany's, Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Right after cover 2, I just go to Zany's.
I love that. All right. Well, we will be back with these 3 and Easton tomorrow.
I got to read this poem. Let me read this
yeah.
poem real quick. This is a piece titled Giving In. Your hand gently brushes mine, and we make eye contact. And for the first time, I see desire reflected back at me in your eyes. Do we give in to this tension? Let it wash over us and bathe in each other? Your place or mine?
Wow.
I
Seasons
think
Volume
that's,
1.
We
is
are-
that about the visit Femi Oladejo did here for the Tennessee Titans? Because now I understand why they drafted him.
Forrest
Because they were
says,
sexually
did he miss
coerced.
he said, did he miss the giveaway? Yeah, Adam won the giveaway. So we will talk to him and we will, I think he got back to me. So figuring that out now. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. M.L.Rose, Sinkers Beverages, thank you guys for being here for 4.5 hours. You can catch us for another 4.5 hours tomorrow morning.
I'm gonna faint.
We're getting
I'm
out
gonna faint.
Thank you, everybody.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we're
Tomorrow,
gonna get out of here.
Tomorrow's my last day at 105 this
Well, thank you guys. We will see you tomorrow. That's Zach Lyons. That's Stoney, and I am JT Ruhnke. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Chimray DK season.